Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now 2 o'clock. It is time to start the Market Steer Show here at the 50th anniversary of the North American International Livestock Exposition. Before we begin tonight's steer show, I'm going to turn the microphone over here to Mr. Jonathan West with Farm Credit of Mid-America.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan West. I'm a financial officer out of Campbellsville, Kentucky with Farm Credit Mid-America. It's great to be here today at the 50th North American International Livestock Exposition. I'm excited to join you on behalf of Farm Credit Mid-America. Farm Credit Mid-America supports rural communities and agriculture with reliable, consistent credit and financial services. We've been doing this as a part of the farm credit system for more than 100 years. Rural First helps our customers achieve their dreams of rural living by offering products that our other rural competitors cannot. We have been a sponsor of the North American for many years with Kentucky Venues. Our support of this event is one of the many ways we support programs like 4-H and FFA that help young people get an early start in agriculture. Both programs are near and dear to our heart. We admire how 4-H and FFA open doors for youth to learn leadership skills, gain industry expertise, and develop ideas to take home to their operation. Thank you to Kentucky Venues, everyone behind the months of planning and preparation that make the North American, the livestock shows, and championship drives possible. And thank you to all exhibitors.
Thank you, Jonathan. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you will turn your attention to the center screens, we would like to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the North American.
The first North American Livestock Exposition was held in November 1974 in Louisville at the Kentucky Exposition Center. It began as a beef show for 5 breeds with Harold Workman as general manager, a post he would hold for nearly 4 decades. The National 4-H Livestock Judging Contest, held at the legendary International Livestock Exposition in Chicago since the early 1900s, found a new home at the NAILE. From the start, the North American was steeped in tradition, from the now ubiquitous green shavings to a logo that communicated confidence that what began as a beef show would continue to grow and expand to a global reach. The North American seemed destined to inherit the legacies of Chicago, and before long, it was renamed the North American International Livestock Exposition. And the show did grow, with the sheep division coming along in 1975, and dairy, swine, and quarter horse shows following soon after. The National Collegiate Livestock Judging Contest moved to Louisville in 1976, and the North American's early success with all these events right out of the gate led to the honor of being chosen as the new home of the prestigious Saddle and Sirloin Club Portrait Gallery. More than 300 painted portraits of the livestock industry's most revered leaders moved from Chicago to the Kentucky Expo Center in '77. Each year since, during the North American, another honoree is added to this Hall of Fame. The North American Championship Rodeo was launched in 1979 as the finals for the Great Lakes Circuit. Today, the Expo is the longest-serving host venue for the Pro Rodeo Cowboys Association. In the 1980s, draft horse and dairy goat shows were added, and in the 90s, llamas and alpacas found their place in the spotlight. Boar goats and mules and donkeys joined in the fun in the 2000s, bringing the North American to a total of 10 divisions. The continued growth has been possible because the Kentucky Exposition Center has expanded as a world-class facility. The North American's educational reach has extended beyond youth livestock showing and judging contests to coveted internships, school tours, and a children's barnyard. And the commercial exhibits have grown into the ever-popular country store. As we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the North American International Livestock Exposition, we honor the visionary leaders, dedicated staff and volunteers, and exhibitors who raised the best of the best to bring them to the world's largest all-breed, purebred livestock show. Hold on to your hats. The best is yet to come.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll recognize three individuals who have exemplified what it means to serve, not just the North American, but the livestock industry in itself. Raised on a family farm in Livingston County, Kentucky, Harold Workman earned his bachelor's degree in animal science from the University of Kentucky in 1969. In 1974, the Kentucky Department of Agriculture named him the first general manager of a new livestock show that would soon grow to become the North American International Livestock Exposition. During his 39 years at the helm, the expo expanded from 1,700 head of beef cattle to more than 25,000 entries representing 10 species. Simultaneously, as president and CEO of the Kentucky State Fair Board, he oversaw the transformation of the Kentucky Exposition Center into the sixth largest facility of its kind in the nation, growth which has had tremendous impact on the ongoing success of the North American. Harold Workman's vision to create an exhibitor-focused show with ever-expanding opportunities for youth to compete, both in the ring and in academic contests, has created an enduring legacy for the world's largest all-breed, purebred livestock show. His integrity and leadership have ensured that the most qualified and experienced industry professionals, volunteers, and staff members return to serve the North American year after year. And it should be noted that Mr. Workman's keen attention to detail and exceptional memory have contributed so much to the commemoration of the NAILE's 50th anniversary. At this special commemorative North American International Livestock Exposition, we honor Harold Workman for his many years of dedicated service. And on a side note, Harold, the North American Committee will also be naming this afternoon's Market Steer Show after you. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together one more time for Harold Workman. Another key component, ladies and gentlemen, is an employee of the Department of Agriculture in the 1970s, and that's Jimmy Claycomb. He was part of the team building a new livestock show with national and international inspirations. For many years, he was executive secretary of Kentucky's Milk Marketing and Anti-Monopoly Commission, and then served as agricultural liaison for 3 Kentucky governors. Throughout his demanding state government career, he was also a dedicated volunteer at the North American, earning the Newell G. Hicks Vision Award in 2000. In 2001, Jimmy Claycomb became the NAILE's General Superintendent, only the second General Superintendent in the history of the show. For the past several years, his distinctive voice has graced the show ring as announcer for the North American. Jimmy Claycomb, we thank you for your many, many years of dedicated service. Put your hands together for Mr. Jimmy Claycomb, the voice of the North American. Our final honoree is Mr. Doug Shepard. Doug has led a distinguished career of service in Kentucky agriculture in Hardin County, Kentucky. Cooperative Extension Agent for Agriculture and Natural Resources since 1990, a founding member of the Kentucky Beef Integrated Resource Management Program, and a member of the Kentucky Governor's Office of Agricultural Policy and Advisory Committee. In 2021, he was inducted into the Kentucky Cattlemen's Association Hall of Fame. Doug has also been a volunteer at the North American since its earliest days. He became the NAILE Beef Cattle Superintendent in 1980 and held the post for 35 years. In 1999, he received the Newell G. Hicks Vision Award at the NAILE. As we commemorate the 50th North American International Livestock Exposition, we thank Doug Shepard for his many years of dedicated service. So ladies and gentlemen, if you would please put your hands together one more time for our honorees this afternoon, Mr. Jimmy Claycomb, Doug Shepard, and Harold Workman for all of their dedicated years of serving the North American. Second call, Class 3, Market Steers. Second call, Class 3, Market Steers. Results of Class 31 of your Junior Angus show. In first place, entry number 343, weighing 1,775 pounds. Core Annie Lou, 24K, 230K, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. In second place, entry number 359, weighing 1,551 pounds, UDE Queen Ruth 2001, exhibited by Kaylee Langford of Breckenridge, Texas. In third place, entry number 345, weighing 1,542 pounds, SCC SFC Phyllis 215, exhibited by Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. In fourth place, entry number 348, Ashton Dillow. In fifth place, entry number 349, Sadie Ray Poole. In sixth place, entry number 356, Nora Gregory. In seventh place, entry number 350, Sawyer Otto. In eighth place, entry number 344, Brianna Smith. In ninth place, entry number 353, Braxton Tate Cole. And in 10th place, entry number 354, Henry Jackson Throne.
Real nice single entry heifer on our Angus side of things. Older December heifer the young lady brings out to us. Got a lot of top weight on her when you get in right behind her and look over that top, back through that shoulder. Heifer that's nice and neat up through her front end and pretty good in her condition for this age of a female. Like to loosen her up as she gets around the ring, but very high quality heifer that could have stood a lot more competition here.
In your champion junior yearling heifer, Division II champion goes to entry number 320, Gore Sarah's Dream 2020, exhibited by Mercedes Ferree of Sullivan, Indiana. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 343, Core Annie Lou 24K, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Your Class 32 results. In first place, entry number 362, Double A Missy 2119, exhibited by Sarah Beth Faust of Unsonta, Alabama. At this time, we'd like to introduce our market steer judge today, Mr. Frank Ward. Frank lives in Orland, California, where he and his wife, Christina, and sons, Will and Chance, raise clumb calves. He's an account manager for Ridley Block, a division of Alltech. Frank has judged many shows across the country, including the commercial and purebred heifer shows at the Oklahoma Youth Expo, Junior Hereford Expo, and other national breed shows. He's judged multiple jackpot shows and state fairs. And when they aren't in the show barn or at shows, Frank enjoys hunting, fishing, and going to brandings with his family. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands and welcome Mr. Frank Ward to the Green Chips at the North American.
Here on the Angus side of things, we get a couple heifers out here. One hasn't. I think that one we're going to start with is a female that's calved. I think she's got a really nice udder development underneath her. Looks like she's a cow and what her purpose on life is supposed to be. And she's got a really nice heifer calf here coming in behind her. Just a nice project for this young lady. Looks like she's well on her way to being a productive type of a female. Nothing to take away from the heifer that comes out in second. A heifer that probably maybe just a tick more showy, but maybe not as far along in her calf as the heifer that starts off the class, but two very, very nice females.
All champion and reserve champion Angus females to the Makeup Arena. All champion and reserve champion Angus females to the Makeup Arena. Third and final call, Class 3 market steers. Third and final call, Class 3 market steers. Results of Class 33 of your Junior Angus show. In first place, entry number 368, weighing 1,479 pounds, SWA Georgina 2104, exhibited by Nicholas G. Jackson of Paris, Kentucky. In second place, entry number 367, weighing 1,489 pounds, KCS ATL Soloist 2125, exhibited by Michaela Dockery of Limestone, Tennessee.
Out here in this division of young cows that have some calves on them, I think I'm going to leave them stand like they are. The young female that stands up there, I think she's got more spread down through her top and she's got more volume. And when you get right behind her, I like her calf better. I think it's got more shape and feature than the calf on the heifer in second. Heifer in second, I think, holds her top line together a bit better when you get her on the move. Maybe just doesn't have the overall mass and dimension when you compare to the cow that leads off the class. But nice set of young females. Thank you.
Once again, all champion and reserve champion Angus females to the makeup arena. All champion and reserve champion Angus females to the makeup arena. Results of Class 34 of your Junior Angus show. In first place, entry number 374. Weighing 1,861 pounds. PVF Missy 1139, exhibited by Callie Judy Jensen of Plainfield, Iowa. In second place, entry number 375, weighing 1,697 pounds. Henning Sandy 1104, exhibited by Sophia Jentz of Fenimore, Wisconsin.
Well, good afternoon. I think we've got a calf to start this class rather handily for me. Calf, I think, that just has a ton of quality when we study this one on the profile. He's a calf that's nice and neat up through his front end. Calf that just balances extremely well. When you get behind this calf, he's got a tremendous amount of shape down his top and through his quarter. When we set him in motion, that one gets around the ring really free and easy. Young lady's done a nice job presenting him. Calf really well fed as well. Then it gets a little closer maybe in second and third, but I think the calf in second's more market ready today when we get our hands on him. He's a calf that just handles a little smoother right there over his rib. I do think this calf has an advantage in terms of body. When we compare him to the calf in third, I think he's just bolder and squarer down his top. He's got a tremendous amount of muscle as well. I like this one in motion as well. He's got a lot of reach off of both ends. If I could change that one, he's just maybe getting a little too mature to in his head and neck for me, but that's a really stout, sound individual. I love the pattern of the calf that comes in third. This calf's got a great look, especially when we view him from the side out here on the green shavings. He's a calf that's just got tremendous amount of eye appeal. For me today, he just needs to be on feed a few more days. I think 60 days, this is a different calf, and we definitely have a different outcome. Really nice steer, just maybe not quite ready. I like the white calf that comes next in fourth for his length and his power. He's a steer when you get your hands on him. He's got some shape and dimension in his top. I think he's sound enough as he gets around the ring. Just maybe get out-powered here today, bud. Just not quite as powerful. Maybe don't balance quite as well as the three steers directly in front of you. Another real muscular steer comes next in five. Calf that's got a great big back in him, big square hip, tremendous amount of shape. For me today, I just want to soften this calf up in his four-ribbon flank. Maybe have him be a bit more flexible as well off both ends. Young lady's done a nice job showing him. The calf that rounds out the class, again, a steer that just needs more days on feed. I think there's a lot of good in this calf in terms of length and extension. Maybe just gives up some terms of condition today. Nice class.
As we move into our final division of Angus females here, what's been a really fantastic Angus female show, I think there's a couple pairs out here that were in class fit me right well. The champion in this division will be young ladies right here, and we'll just bang right behind her with that cow back there. Congratulations, nice set of females.
First call, Class 4, market steers. First call, Class 4, market steers. Congratulations, your champion senior Angus yearling female goes to entry number 374. PVF Missy 1139, exhibited by Callie Judy Jensen of Plainfield, Iowa. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 375, Henning Sandy 1104, exhibited by Sophia Jentz of Fenimore, Wisconsin. Your bred and owned champion, senior Angus yearling female, goes to entry number 368, SWA Georgina 2104, exhibited by Nicholas G. Jackson of Paris, Kentucky. Up next in the Angus ring will be the selection of your grand champion, junior Angus female. Second call, Class 4, market steers. Second call, Class 4, market steers.
Well, as we come out here at the end of the day in this Angus drive, I mean, these animals are exceptional out here, from the youngest heifer all the way down to the oldest heifer. First of all, let's just give them a round of applause for putting on one heck of a show. You know, it's been a big show, and there's been a lot of quality run deep through here. These cattle look so good out here on these green shavings. Not a big speech giver. I'll just tell you kids one thing. You know, you want to thank your parents for bringing you here, and thank the ring staff for helping you throughout the day. The junior board members are as good as any board members there are in the country. Thank the association for putting on a nice show and holding such a high regard, and a breed association that can offer you kids events such as this and as you go across your show career. I'll just leave it to you one word, just make good choices. There's every day you make choices. We live in a nanosecond world. Things happen fast. You need to make good choices within your family and your faith. Be good to one another, and just work hard. I'll leave it at that. Congratulations to everyone. It's been a heck of a show. I wish I could give the champion banner to 4 or 5 heifers out here, but I'm gonna have to break it down to one. It's hard, it's nail biting. So I'll show you a couple that I like, give them a round of applause again, and we'll go home. Thank you.
Third and final call, Class 4, market steers. Third and final call, Class 4, market steers. Results of Class 1 of your junior show steers. In first place, entry number 55, exhibited by Ella Downs of Deatsville, Alabama. In second place, entry number 100, exhibited by Riley Maples of Waverly, Alabama. In third place, entry number 43, Carson Oliver of Bellevue, Florida. In fourth place, entry number 202, Cruz Cambry of Polina, Louisiana. Fifth place, entry number 160, Rami Rai. And sixth place, entry number 88, Lillian Terrell.
I think we've really got 3 good calves on the top end of this class. I think the calf that wins just surfaces because he puts all the good together. He's a calf, I think, in terms of his lines and his symmetry. He's very pleasing to look at out here. You get your hands on him, he handles with just the right amount of condition. Extremely fresh. He's got a great big top in him, like him out his hip and through his quarter. I think when we send him into motion, he's sound enough. Maybe could reach just a little better out of his hip, but I think that calf wins for me rather handily. Then it's honestly a close second and third. I think the red steer has an advantage in terms of just his look from the side. I think this calf is neater in his chest. He's a calf I think that definitely has an advantage when we talked about length of body compared to the calf in third. He's extremely sound off of both ends. You like that. Maybe just not quite as powerful in terms of his muscularity when we compare him to the calf that wins the class. I do like the calf in second quite a bit. He stands on a tremendous amount of bone. He's got quite a bit of muscle shape running down his top. out his quarter. He's a calf for me when we get him on the side view. He just doesn't balance up quite as well as the two steers directly in front of him. Maybe just gets a little shorter in his hip as well compared to those two steers in 1 and 2. I like the muscularity in the calf that comes out next and fourth. This calf's got a great big top in him. He's very wide pinned and wide quartered when we watch him leave. But for me, he wants to get kind of outside of himself as he goes. He is a calf, though, that's got a tremendous amount of quality. I love his foot size and his bone. Maybe not as attractive about his head and neck as the steers directly in front of him. The black and white calf that comes next in line, this guy's thick and stout. He's got a tremendous amount of shape and dimension. Maybe just a little flatter and frailer in his bone work when we compare him to those steers that lead out in front of him. Maybe doesn't quite flex well enough off his hind leg as he gets out and goes, but there's a calf that you like his rib shape, you like his muscularity, nice steer as well. I do like the smoked calf coming next in line. I love him when you get your hands on him. He's extremely fresh. He's got a great big top in him. For me today, I just want to relax him out of his shoulder. He gets a little steep and straight up front. That kind of affects him as he gets and goes, but again, an awful nice market steer. A little closer, I think, with the next two black steers. The young man's black steer, I think he has an advantage when we get our hands on him. I think this calf handles with more condition. He's a steer also, I think, when we study this one, he's just got more forerib and flank in him. I think he's a calf that's just more ready for the show today. We'd maybe change him up through his front end. He gets a little quick, maybe not quite as attractive as the steer directly behind him. This might be one of the biggest footed, stoutest boned individuals that leads out next. The young lady steer directly in front of me here. He's got great big feet, a tremendous amount of bone. I love him up through his front end. Today he's just a little dry for me in terms of his rib, center portion of his body, and when you get your hands on him, just needs more days on feed. I think in 60 days, that's a very competitive show steer right there. I guess as we round out the class, the red steer, I liked him in terms of his muscularity. I'd like to change him in terms of his skeletal makeup. He's a calf, again, it gets too steep and straight up front, gets a little round out his hip and maybe a little more rigid off his back leg, but there's a calf with a tremendous amount of power, lots of muscle. The blue roan steer leading next in line, again, a steer that's very attractive from the side. He's a calf that just gets a little flat today in terms of his muscle expansion. Just needs more muscle to stand any higher. Nice steer, young lady's done a nice job with him. Young man's calf maybe just not cooperating today. It's a calf that's a little harder to get a look at. You do look at this calf though, I think he's been fed well. He's got some muscle, maybe just not made as well in terms of his hip and hind leg.
And congratulations, your grand champion Angus female goes to entry number 320, Gore Sarah's Dream 2020, exhibited by Mercedes Furry of Sullivan, Indiana. Your reserve grand champion Angus female goes to entry 343, Core Annie Lou 24K, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Attention all steer show exhibitors. The steer buyer is located at the top of the ramp and is paying $1.70 per pound. Once again, all steer exhibitors, the steer buyer is located at the top of the ramp. See him, they are paying $1.70 a pound. First call, Class 5. Market steers, first call, Class 5. Market steers. Second call, Class 5. Market steers. Second call, Class 5. Market steers. We'd also like to recognize your Brennan-owned Grand Champion Angus female, entry number 217, Lemmingager Proving Queen, K24, exhibited by Paige Lemmingager of Hudson, Illinois. Your Brennan-owned Reserve Grand Champion Angus female went to entry number 196, Dietzman S.A. Eventress 123, exhibited by Colin Dietzman of Leesburg, Indiana. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to our Angus exhibitors, and thank you for joining us for the 50th North American. In your Class 2 market steer results, in first place, entry number 136 with a weight of 1,145 pounds, Greer Jones of Brundage, Alabama. In second place, entry 129 with a weight of 1,190, Gracie Fletcher of McPallen, Florida. In third place, entry number 177 with a weight of 1,189, exhibited by Isabel Lowry of Helena, Montana. In fourth place, entry number 93, Mary Tharp. In fifth place, entry number 165, Etta Hudson. In sixth place, entry number 120, Micaiah McDonald. In seventh place, entry number 124, Jacob Sheriff. In eighth place, entry number 108, Emma Martin. In ninth place, entry number 200, Jackson Myers. In 10th place, entry number 66, Marissa Shuri. And in 11th place, entry number 2, Valken Everett. This is your third and final call, Class 5. Market steers, third and final call, Class 5. Market steer entry number 105 to the makeup arena. Market steer entry number 105 to the makeup arena. This is your first call, Class 1 and 2, percentage Simmentals. First call, Class 1 and 2, percentage Simmentals. Second call, Class 1 and 2, percentage Simmentals. Second call, Class 1 and 2, percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 1 and 2 percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 1 and 2.
Probably one of the more challenging classes so far today for me. I think there's a lot of give and take in this class, but I think the combination calf is the smoky steer that wins. I think when you just study this steer in terms of his look, his balance, and his symmetry. On the profile, he's easy. The winner, when you get your hands on him, that calf's got a great big top in him right there behind his blade and all the way down his back through his hip. I like the calf for his overall freshness. He's maybe not where he needs to be. I think, even another 30 to 45 days, this calf's going to have quite a bit more power, but I think he's got enough on him. As he gets around the ring, I think he's sound enough. He's maybe not wanting to step right on that off show side hind foot. He just wants to hold it just a nickel before he goes to the ground with it. But I think that's kind of the combination steer that needs to win. Gets a little more difficult for me in 2 and 3. I think the steer in 2 is a bit more correct off of both ends in terms of his skeleton. I think he's more relaxed in his shoulder blade. From his knee to the ground, I think he has a bit more curvature. Is he perfect there either? No, he's not. But I think he gets around the ring freer and easier than the steer in second. I like this calf up high. He's extremely big down his back. He's got a great big hip. Maybe runs out a bit down low when we compare him to the calf in second. Maybe just need to give him a bit more expression in the center portion of his stifle. I'd also maybe tone his tail head down just a nickel. I do like the just power and overall stoutness in the calf here in third. He's got a great big back in him, big quarter. He's a calf that's really bold in his rib design. But for me today, he's just given up some in terms of his structural correctness. The longer he gets out here, the steeper and straighter he gets off his front end. Doesn't want to flex his hawk and his pastern as he gets around the ring quite as well as the 2 steers directly above him. Standing still, I like that calf a lot. I love him when I get in behind him. I think he's got the advantage in terms of body when we compare him to the 3. Need a different set of running gear. I like the black and white calf that comes next in fourth. This is maybe one of the more honest calves in the class. He's extremely well balanced, very nice in his design. He's got a tremendous amount of muscularity when you view him down his top and through his quarter. Today he just looks a little frailer out here. Doesn't have the foot size and the bone work that the steers above him possess, but that's a high quality individual, just maybe not quite as powerful today to stand any higher. The steer in 5, when he walked in, when he came in just kind of strolling across on the profile, I thought that calf can win the class. I love him for his look and his balance and his symmetry. For me, it's when I get behind him. This calf gets extremely outside of himself when we compare him to the steers above him. He's not dead right in his hawk. He's got a little fluid on his joints for me today, but that's a good-looking one that's got a lot of high qualities about him. Just need to change him in his hind leg today to be more competitive. The black steer next in line, he's just kind of a meat and potatoes, kind of a fat steer. The young man's done a tremendous job feeding this calf. He's just maybe not as fresh today as we study him through his head, neck, and shoulder as the steer's directly in front of him. But when you view that calf from his shoulder back, he's got a lot of product, a lot of power, nice steer, just not as attractive. I like the calf coming next in line, this peach-colored calf. In terms of design and look, this calf wins. I love that about him. He's presented to the 9s. I guess for me today, this calf just gets too hard in his belly. A calf for me, I want to change him off both ends. Just doesn't have enough reach as he goes around the ring off both ends. That's a calf that's off striking, neat to look at, and very highly presented. Another really good meat and potatoes kind of steer next in line here. calf that's got a tremendous amount of denseness to his skeleton. He's a calf that's big, tall, very muscular, sound enough as he gets around the ring. He's a calf for me today, though. He's just getting a little plain up front, looks a bit stale when we compare him to some of the other individuals directly above him. Another good-looking black steer comes next in line, a steer that's real sound off both ends. I think when we get behind him, he just doesn't have the shape and dimension that the steers directly in front of him have. As we watch him go, he gets a little narrower in his face compared to those steers directly in front of him. The shorthorn mark calf next in line, there's one that's big and square up high. It's got a tremendous amount of length and extension. Like that about him, how long and level his hip is. I think he's sound enough as he gets around the ring. Just gives up some in terms of shape and dimension when we study the lower portions of his skeleton. Young lady's done a nice job feeding him. He's a calf that looks like he's been a fun project. Next three steers that line out the class, there's some calves that just give up some in terms of overall quality. Maybe not as structurally correct as the steers directly above them. Cattle that probably also need a few more days on feed.
First call, Class 3, percentage Simmentals. First call, Class 3, percentage Simmentals. First call, Class 6, market steers. First call, Class 6, market steers. Second call, Class 3, percentage Simmentals. Second call, Class 3. Second call, Class 6 market steers. Second call, Class 6 market steers. Third and final call, Class 3 percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 3. Market steer, entry number 10 to the makeup arena. Market steer, entry number 10.
Well, good afternoon here on the percentage Simmental side. Glad to be out here. Looking forward to this set of cattle that we're going to see this afternoon, and really good set of May heifer calves here to start things off. We got a pair here at the top, just extremely maternal in their look. This black female that's going to start things off, she's one that gives you a nice look of femininity. She's really good in terms of her rib shape. I think perhaps what sets her apart the most in this class for me is when we get her on the go, just extremely comfortable in the way she gets out and travels around the ring. She's long strided. She puts all of that together in just a really balanced package. This red heifer, when we get her parked here, man, she's neat to look at. She is so neat-headed, beautiful and clean fronted. She's good ribbed. She's one that's got a tremendous amount of balance when we get her stopped. She's not quite as big-footed and big-boned as that heifer in front of her. I'd probably like to soften her up ever so slightly there at the ground on those rear two, but one that I read a lot of future in here on down the road. I like the maternal look she has. Female that comes next is the most different one here in this class. If you're looking for one that's just full of power, full of shape, I think this is this one. She's big-footed, big-boned, big-hipped. For me, she reads a little quicker in her maturity pattern. You know, I question how big she's going to be in the end, but man, I think she's got her place depending on what your goals are when you get this one in production and get her bred. From there, we move into this blazed face heifer, one that has got a nice look. She's coming at us a little greener in her condition, maybe not quite the width and dimension of some of these others, but yet one that still gives us a quality look up front there, really level and comfortable down her spine when we get her out in motion. Female that comes next, another one that's really youthful in her kind. I think she's one with some added foot and bone, not quite the center body and softness of what we're looking for out here today, yet still a high-quality female. Big stout one coming next here. This one's just tremendously bold in her hip. She's a little coarser up front there. I'd like to neaten her neck up some and just see her blend together a little smoother, but there's no doubt that one's chock full of power. She's tremendously stout. Little heifer coming here next is one that's more moderate here amongst her contemporaries in this class, but I see a lot of good pieces in terms of her rib shape and her lower body. She's got some pin width to her as well, not quite as neat over her top line and doesn't hold herself together quite as neatly there. Female that comes next, another one that's got a little more size to her, not quite the softness of some of the heifers in front of her. These females here that are going to round things up, all four of these are a little more moderate in their kind, just need to blend together a little better structurally and a little smoother when we analyze them over the top side of their skeleton.
Third and final call, Class 6 market steers. Third and final call, Class number 6. First call, Class 4, percentage Simmentals. First call, Class 4, percentage Simmentals. Results of class number 1 of your percentage Simmental Junior Female Show. In first place, entry number 13, weighing 680 pounds, Horseman LAH Queen 366L, exhibited by Gabrielle Lewis of Covington, Indiana. In second place, weighing 573 pounds, entry number 15, SJR Katarina's Mark 223L, exhibited by Lila Hobby of Williston, Florida. In third place, entry number 10, weighing 687 pounds, Van Horn's 7077, Leah 38L, exhibited by Mitchell Hogue of Trafalgar, Indiana. In fourth place, entry number 3, Maverick Hope. Fifth place, entry number 12, Jet Beck. In sixth place, entry number 8, Ava Priest. Seventh place, entry number 11, Allison Herr. In eighth place, entry number 6, Bailey Riddle. In ninth place, entry number 2, Adeline Sorgan. 10th place, entry number 7, Charlotte Smithson. 11th place, entry number 9, Mabel Smithson. And 12th place, entry number 14, Colton Kearns. Percentage Simmental female entry number 28 to the makeup arena. Entry number 28 to the makeup arena. Second call, class 4. Percentage Simmental, second call, class 4.
I think we've got a nice calf to start this class. He's starting to put it all together, I think, as they're getting a little heavier. This is a calf that he's real boxy in his build. I love the way he transitions from his shoulder into his forerib. He's extremely dense in terms of his body shape. Calf that's got a great big muscular back in him. As he leaves, I think he's got plenty of quarter in him as well. I like how relaxed this calf is in his knee. He's extremely attractive. Is he quite as long fronted as the calf that stands second? No, but I think this calf puts an awful lot of good together. Nice steer, congratulations. Then we get to a calf in second. This is one that's really attractive on the profile. Maybe not quite as boxy and stout built as the one directly in front of him. A calf that's real flexible off of both ends as he leaves. Maybe not as true in his flank as the calf that leads out in front, but I think that's a nice calf with a bright future. Calf's real sound. Calf maybe just gives up a tick in terms of power. Most powerful calf in the class today is the white-legged Baldy steer next in line. If you just want to take sheer bone and muscularity, I think this calf wins. For me, he's just a nickel coarser than the two lead directly out in front of him. He's a calf that maybe handles just a little harsher over his 10th and 13th rib than the two above him. I think he could actually use a few more days on feed to just get him just a nickel softer. I think that'd just make him look that much better with all that power he possesses. Very nice calf though. I like the calf next in line just for his balance and symmetry. This one's gorgeous from the side. He's got a lot of length through his front end. He's very sound off of both ends. For me today, when we get behind him, he kind of disappoints, maybe gives up some in terms of overall power compared to the steers directly in front of him. Calf next in line. Here's one with a tremendous amount of extension up through his front end. He's real cobra neck. Neck comes straight out of the top of his shoulder. You like this calf for that muscle shape and dimension he does have down his top. Maybe just not as soft-centered as the calves directly in front of him. Calf that maybe needs just a few more days on feed to be any more competitive, but that's one that's got a unique look as he stands out here on the profile. Young lady's calf next in line. I think when we start to pick this one apart, it's just the way he lands at the ground. We need him to be more flexible in his hawk and pastern as he gets up and goes, but you want to talk about one that's got some bone and some muscle shape down his top. This would be him. Maybe doesn't balance quite as well as we study him up through his front end compared to the steers directly in front of him. We got another big stout individual that's got a tremendous back and hip in him. He's a calf, though. He maybe hinges a little funky right there in his hook-loin junction for me today. Gets up a little bit in his tail head. Also need to make this steer just more flexible in his hawk and the way he comes to the ground with his foot. But I do like that calf for his overall shape and dimension. Calf next in line, he just gets a little frailer at the ground, maybe needs more bone and foot size to be more competitive. I think he's extremely shapely, lots of dimension, just maybe not quite as flexible. Calf coming next in line with the young lady. Again, there's a steer that's been well fed. He handles extremely well. We just need that calf to reach more out of his front end. He just maybe needs more angle and slope to his shoulder. I do think that's a nice market steer. Calves that round out the class, again, some calves that just give up some in terms of structural correctness. We probably need to change them in their hawk and hind leg and foot design as they get around the ring. They are market-ready steers that have quite a bit of muscle and condition, just maybe not enough quality in terms of their structure.
Third and final call, Class 4, Percentage Simmentals, third and final call, Class 4. First call, Class 7, Market Steers. First call, Class 7, Market Steers. Results of Class 3 of your market steers. In first place, entry number 102, weighing 1,252 pounds, exhibited by Jessie Ann Blair of Moultrie, Georgia. In second place, entry number 172, weighing 1,265 pounds, exhibited by Tanner Butcher of LaRue, Ohio. In third place, entry number 82, weighing 1,259 pounds, was exhibited by Elizabeth Dice of Smithfield, Pennsylvania. In fourth place, entry number 121, Shaylee Conrad. Fifth place, entry number 201, Luke Dominique. In sixth place, entry number 86, Cade Newland. Seventh place, entry number 13, Katie Johnson. Eighth place, entry number 5, Macy South. Ninth place, entry number 128, Haley Lott. 10th place, entry number 67, Allison Stamper. 12th place, entry number 1, Caden Gardner. 13th place, entry number 113, Ellie Monroe.
Well, we're having a little friendly competition out here while we're waiting on the mic between these two. I won't tell you what this young man just said, but it's pretty good. I like it. These two heifers here on top, both just extreme high quality. And I think when we get them up here side by side, it's a closer race than I thought, because both these heifers are exceptional. I'm going to trust my gut on this one. We evaluate livestock. I've always been one to trust your first opinion of them, and this heifer that I'm going to use to win the class, when she came in for me, was the one that I thought needed to land at the top, so we're going to leave them that way. I'll describe these two. I think this female here, one that's just so good and square in the way she's put together. I think when you compare to this heifer in second, she's got the advantage when we study her down into her chest floor for one at this stage of the game. She is so fluid and comfortable when we get her out on the go. I just love watching this heifer move, the way she handles her knee and her hock and on down to the ground. Plenty of power, plenty of body. Just a female that gives us a really, really balanced look. This young man here in second, his heifer does have the advantage in the way her neck ties into her shoulder. It sets up hard on her blade. With that, it's probably got just a notch more chest down low right now, one that's maybe just a notch choppier when we get her out on the go, but I still think she reads extremely sound in the way she travels, big-bodied, big-ended, very, very nice female. This heifer that comes next was one of the first ones to walk into this class, and I thought, well, there's my class winner. Unfortunately for you, young lady, there more good ones come in behind you. A female that is so feminine, so attractive about her head and her neck. She's one that's got some genuine width to her, but when we stack her up against them two right in front of her, just not quite the body, not quite the power that those two that win the class have. I really like this one that comes in here fourth as well. She's one that's got that extra body, maybe as deep-centered as any in the class. She's almost probably a little full for me today and not want to travel and get out and handle herself quite as comfortably on the go when we study her down her spine, down into her hock. But I think nevertheless that female's got a tremendous amount of good pieces to her, another one that's really, really good. Next is a heifer that's got some added power. She's big hip. She's a shot planer up there about her front end when we run into those ones in front of her here. And when we get her out on the go, I'd like to just see her hold her top line a little stronger, set that tail head down into her some as well. Big, broody, brockle-faced female coming here next. This girl is just burly. She is big-bodied, deep-flanked, square-hipped, with all that stoutness. She's a little plainer up front, and I'd just like to clean that chin up some. I'd like to see this one get out and handle herself a little more comfortably on the go as well. Really big bone, nice legged heifer here coming next. When we study this one's hind leg, as nice as she is there, I'd probably like to relax her in her knee some when we set her into motion, just soften her up some when we compare her to these other big stout heifers in front of her. Another high quality female coming here next with some look to her, a little weaker topped, a little higher tail headed, maybe doesn't blend quite as neatly there from her navel back into her flank. Young man that's going to round things up for us here. He's doing an awesome job getting this heifer shown here. She gave him a little trouble there when he come in, but he stuck with her. Awesome job, young man. Outstanding class here in this percentage show.
Third and final call, Class 4, percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 4, percentage Simmentals. First call, Class 5. First call, Class 5, percentage Simmentals. Results of Class 2 in your junior percentage Simmental female show. In first place, entry number 23, weighing 815 pounds. TSSC, She's the One, 3082L, exhibited by Kyla Wolf of Oaktown, Indiana. In second place, entry number 26, weighing 832 pounds. TEAG Honeysuckle Rose, exhibited by Brexon Grabiel of Edison, Ohio. In third place, entry number 18, weighing 814 pounds. Mabel 121L, exhibited by Kylie Barker of Kennelville, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 20, Kaylin Cahoon. In fifth place, entry number 21, Caitlin Sherman. Sixth place, entry number 17, Porter Beck. In seventh place, entry number 16, Dakota DeVore. Eighth place, entry number 24, Carly Cochran. In ninth place, entry number 22, John Burkhart. At this time, we'd like to introduce our judge for your percentage Simmental female show this afternoon, Andy Higgins. Andy is a native of Auburntown, Tennessee, where he manages his family's herd of Key Angus and Angus cows, along with being involved in his family's real estate and auction company. Their family-based operation focuses on producing quality seed stock and show cattle. He is active in the American Chianina Association, where he was honored as the 2015 ACA Herdsman of the Year and just finished his second term on the board of directors. Andy is a 2009 graduate of Middle Tennessee State University, where he received his degree in agribusiness. Andy has judged numerous national and state shows across the United States. So, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Mr. Andy Higgins to the Green Chips at the North American. Second call, Class 5, percentage Simmental. Second call, Class 5. Second call, Class 7, market steers. Second call, Class 7, market steers. Third and final call, Class 5 percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 5. Third and final call, Class 7 market steers. Third and final call, Class 7.
I think really three nice calves to line up this class. I think the calf that starts the class, you know, I hate to keep saying this, but I think he is the combination just in terms of where he is, in terms of his maturity pattern, how well he gets around the ring in terms of just his overall structure. He's perfect in his skeleton. I like the way he moves around the ring. I like it, this calf, just in terms of the density that he has in his body. Transitions extremely well from his shoulder to forerib. Lots of depth in his forerib and flank. He's got a great big top in him. Lots of quarter. He's big boned and good legged. I think that one gives you a nice look from the side. Maybe not quite as powerful just in terms of his bone work and just structural integrity is the one that comes in second, but I think that's an awful nice calf to win the class. I do like the look and power of this calf that comes in second. Maybe just not quite as soft when you study this calf in terms of just the depth in his forerib and his overall body compared to the calf that wins. He is a calf, though, you got to appreciate him for his foot size, his bone work, his look. I think there's a ton of power in that calf. I like that calf's presence in the ring. He just has that cockiness about him that makes him really competitive. The silver steer that comes in third, I'm not going to lie to you, when he walked in the class, I thought this might be the one to win it for sure. Just this calf is very, very well built in terms of muscle that's stacked on top of his skeleton. He's big down his back, got a great big hip and quarter in him. I like in his hawk and his foot. For me today, I want to see this calf just reach out and be a bit sounder off his front end as he gets around the class. I think when we compare him to the steers in 1 and 2, he gets a little shorter strided, and that's why he is where he is today. You free this one up in terms of the way he gets around the ring, he wins the class. Nice steer as well. I like the steer in fourth. I think this one's just real complete, very honest. I like this one for his overall look, his symmetry, and the power that he has. Just maybe not quite as much muscle when we compare him to the 3 steers above him as he leaves. Calf's big up high, just needs more on his lower 1/3. Nice steer as well. I like the young lady steer next in line as well. He maybe gets just not as much flexible, I guess, as the steers out in front of him. He doesn't move around the ring quite as well. He doesn't have that muscle expression. He does give you a good look from the side as well. That one's built neat up through his front end as he's got a tremendous amount of extension. A great look, just gives up some in terms of power. Young man's calf next in line. Here's one that's very easy to look at as well. When we park him on the side, this calf's got a good look as well. For me, he's a calf that maybe gets a little more upright in the angle of his shoulder. Maybe not quite as much body as the steers in front of him. We just like to deepen this one up in his forerib and flank, and I think that would make him look boxier and stouter. It'd make him more competitive today. He's still a very high quality calf. Again, one that maybe runs out a little bit as he gets down low in terms of overall dimension. Calf next in line, we need to change him in the way he comes out of his hip and hind leg as he gets around the ring. Again, a calf that gets a little flatter and drier in his rib cage when we compare him to the calf above. Good looking calf, just not as much body as well today. calf next in line. I think that's a good calf as well. Just I like that one for his overall basics. That calf's got some muscle. He's got a look. He's very trim for a market steer. Today he needs to be sounder as he goes off ends, but he's very well made. Just need that calf to be a bit more athletic. Two steers that round out the class. Again, good kind of cattle. You guys just got stuck in here with some pretty steep competition. Maybe don't have that overall quality that the steers above you possess, but they are good, honest cattle. Congratulations.
Back here on the percentage Simmental side, wow, what a class. And then these three individuals here on top are truly outstanding. It's pretty nitpicking here amongst these three, but the heifer that's going to lead our class off with here for me just has the least amount of issues. She's one that's got that presence up front when we study her about her head, her neck, the way all that attaches. One that's tremendous in her rib cage all the way back through, plenty of power when we get around behind her. When we get this one in motion's probably where she pulls away from those other two a little bit. She's just a little freer and more comfortable in the way she gets around the ring. Outstanding individual. This one behind her is very, very similar to our heifer here that's going to win the class, and one that's just filled with power in terms of her rib shape, in terms of her mass when we study her at her hip. She's not quite as comfortable in the way she handles her knee in those front two, but I think one that there's no denying the look this one gives you the presence that she has. On the standstill, this heifer in third wins the class for me. It's hard to make them like this, guys. So attractive about her head and neck and the way it sits there on her shoulder. Big-bodied, stout hip, much like the two in front of her. When we get her in motion, I guess we study this one right down there at the surface at times. Maybe doesn't plant those rear two just quite as comfortably on quite a big a foot as those two that are in front of her. But nevertheless, those three heifers there on top are powerhouses. Really, really good females. I like this red heifer that comes in fourth. There's no denying if you're sitting in the stands, you can see this one's greener. She's way more immature than those three that go in front of her, but you study this one's quality, her look, and her attractiveness up front. She's got a bright future. Young man sets this heifer in motion, and I think she's very, very sound in terms of her skeleton. You look at the ones in front of her here, she doesn't have the power, she doesn't have the body they do here today, but I can see this one on down the road turning into something you're going to like a lot more. Heifer that comes next, very dense in terms of her makeup. She's one that's just so stout all the way through, and I think with that stoutness, she's a little stouter about her skull and her front end there, and that refinement that she doesn't have probably hurts her in this particular class, but we study her from the ground up. She's one that sure can get out and stride with the best of them. A nice red heifer coming in next here, one that's got that elegance up front, much like the heifers in front of her. Just doesn't have the mass when we study her over the top side of her rib cage. She's one that's not as comfortable in her knee as well. When we get her on the go, a little coarser in the way her tail head sits on her as well. Another red one here that's certainly a little greener here today. She's not as big boned as the heifers in front of her. She's not quite as stout, but I still like the look this female gives us. She's one that's very level down her top line, at her hip. Needs a little more time, and I think this heifer here is going to come on and give them a run for their money. Big outline baldy heifer here coming next. She's probably plainer down into her chest floor and at her hip than the ones in front of her, but man, she's got some performance. She's got some added width to her as well. Maybe not the longest strided one in the class, but a lot of good in that female there. Red one that comes next, big stout hip, just a little coarser in the way she's put together, not quite as smooth as what I like to see. The black female coming next, very, very maternal and broody in her look. She's a little piecier when we study the way her hip and her hind legs designed in her. We round things up here with a pair of heifers a little more moderate than the rest of the class, ones that maybe just don't have the look, but heifers these young ladies are getting shown out here, doing an awesome job with them. Another just outstanding class here in this percentage show.
First call, Class 6 percentage Simmentals. First call, Class 6 percentage Simmentals. First call, Class 8 market steers. First call, Class 8 market steers. Once again, attention all market steer exhibitors. The buyer is located at the top of the ramp. Once again, the market steer buyer is located at the top of the ramp. Your Class 4 market steer results: in first place, entry number 33, weighing 1,295 pounds, was exhibited by Maximus Krimpatsky of South Charleston, Ohio. In second place, entry number 112, weighing 1,320 pounds, exhibited by Carson Addison of Toccoa, Georgia. In third place, entry number 137, weighing 1,329 pounds, was exhibited by Nolan Verlandy of Tracy, Minnesota. Fourth place, entry number 110, Peyton Hurd. Fifth place, entry number 99, Jordan Phillips. Sixth place, entry number 52, John Goebel. Seventh place, entry number 85, Caden Festris. Eighth place, entry number 105, Haven McLish. Ninth place, entry number 36, Kyra Henderson. 10th place, entry number 159, Cynthia Slaw. In 11th place, entry number 130, Victoria Heiler. Second call, Class 6 percentage Simmentals. Second call, Class 6 percentage Simmentals.
We've got our class winners here for this first division on the percentage side. We're in for a good day here if they keep coming like these have. These young people have brought us an awesome set of young heifer calves here. One out of this first class came to the top of that class just because she was so smooth in the way she's put together, just so balanced. We get her back out here and she is still very balanced. When we stack her up to these older heifers, maybe just not quite the power, not quite the foot size and bone that these two behind her have. She gives up some in those areas, but still this female I think is one that's got a bright future on down the road. This female that comes out of our second class, tremendous in terms of her structure and the way she gets around the ring. I like this heifer through her knee and her hock and on down to the ground. She's another one that's just so very balanced, so neat-necked, level down her top line. She's good through her rib cage as well. I think one that's just outstanding in terms of quality, certainly a contender here in this division, come out of a really tough class there. This last class was tough as well. We had three heifers in there that were just tremendous, and it was splitting hairs on those three. We get this class winner back out here, and I feel like she's one that still just holds together in terms of her look and her quality and her mass. Just a really good female that had another good second come out of there as well. It's really close here on this division, folks. I'll show you the way I like them, though. Let's give these guys a round of applause.
Results of class number 3 of your junior percentage Simmental female show. In first place, entry number 43, weighing 937 pounds, JTOF Fergie's Lucky Lady, exhibited by Colton Anderson of Lake Village, Indiana. In second place, entry number 34, weighing 943 pounds, S. Cohen Dua Lipa 758L, exhibited by Hadley Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. In third place, entry number 41, weighing 914 pounds, SNXT TSSC Jennifer Aniston, exhibited by Chancey Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma. In fourth place, entry number 38, Gus Wilt. Fifth place, entry number 28, Justin Teets. Sixth place, entry number 32, Claire Mollett. In seventh place, entry number 35, Addie Newberry. In eighth place, entry number 27, Ethan Graber. Ninth place, entry number 39, Ava Priest. 10th place, entry number 37, Brenna Winner. In 11th place, entry number 29, Kinley Klein. In 12th place, entry number 36, Carly Thomas. Second call, Class 8 Market Steers. Second call, Class 8 Market Steers. Third and final call, Class 6 Percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 6 Percentage Simmentals.
I think we've got two really nice calves on the top end of this class. Different in their type and kind. I think the white steer is just the most powerful calf that combines a lot of good. This calf's real easy to look at. I love how balanced he is in his underline. He's a calf that's extremely muscular. Probably the biggest problem with this calf is he just gets too nervous and he just won't relax as he goes. When he finally does relax and settle in and go, man, he looks awful good as he gets around the ring. I think where he's got a distinct advantage over the calf in second is when we view this calf on a 3/4 angle. You can just see how much shape and dimension and turn he has to his upper rib cage. He's a calf that's wide chested, but still very smooth in his shoulder as he leaves. He's extremely wide hipped and wide base, but not too much, and he just gathers himself up when he's real comfortable and gets around the ring really nice. I like that calf an awful lot. I love the black steer coming next in line just for his look. I don't know if we've seen one on the side profile today that's kind of that intriguing and that exotic in terms of his look up through his front end. He's got a real level top in him, calf that's got a great big hip and hind leg in him. I like this calf's look. Maybe just doesn't have that third dimension that the steer that leads the class has, but an awful, awful good one. Nice pair of steers, definitely different. Gets a little closer in 3 and 4 for me. I like the black steer. I think he's just got more true dimension, true read to his muscle shape on the top side of his rib cage when we compare him to the red steer in fourth. I just like this calf's shape. We could change this calf up through his front end, maybe tuck him in his chest a little as he could get a little bit out of balance. I think this calf has an advantage as well over the steer in fourth, just to the angle of his knee and the way he gets around the ring off his front end. Really nice calf. Just got in with a tough duo there in the top. The red steer, when he first came in, man, I thought that's a really good calf, and I still think he is. I will tell you, this calf is not 12 o'clock today. You can see that maybe 30, 40 days ago, he'd have looked a lot different. He's starting to shuck some hair, getting a little stale up through his front end. Maybe just not as correct like we talked to him a minute ago in the angle to his shoulder. He gets a little steeper and straighter. That's not just reaching out and grabbing enough real estate as he gets around the ring. I do like the hip and hind leg in that calf, though. Got a great big hip in him, nice steer. The silver steer that comes next in line in fifth, I like this one when he walked in as well. I thought there's really a soft-made, easy-doing kind of a calf that's still got a tremendous amount of muscle and a pretty good look. For me today, he's a calf that we need to just make him more flexible. He needs to have more reach out of the front end of his skeleton as he gets around the ring. But when the young lady gets him parked and on the profile, it looks really good. Nice job. Calf's been highly presented as well. I like the black steer next in line with the white spot on his stifle. This steer is extremely shapely. I like the shape and dimension he has in his rib cage. I think when we talk about muscle, he's one of the more muscular calves in the top, especially over the top side of his skeleton. I could see this calf cutting with a really big eye in him. Nice steer, just maybe doesn't have quite as much body and attractiveness when we compare him to those steers above him. The Hereford Mark steer in his own right's a really good calf as well. We like this calf for his extra added length up through his front end. He's a long spined, long hipped calf. Just gives up some in terms of his overall power. We need to stack more muscle on this dude's skeleton to make him more competitive today. Other than that, he's an awful good steer. Young man's done a nice job presenting him. That calf's got a lot of white on him. He's done a good job with that. Next two steers in line, they just give up some in terms of structural integrity. We need to make these cattle more flexible off of both ends. Other than that, the young people have done a good job feeding them.
Third and final call, Class 8 market steers. Third and final call, Class 8. First call, Class 7 percentage Simmentals. First call, Class 7. Congratulations, your Division I champion percentage Simmental female goes to entry number 43. JTOF Fergie's Lucky Lady, exhibited by Colton Anderson of Lake Village, Indiana. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 34, SNS Cohen Dua Lipa 758L, exhibited by Hadley Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. Your Division I bred and owned champion percentage Simmental female goes to entry number 38. WFO Penny L12, exhibited by Gus Wilt of Bloomingburg, Ohio.
We're starting a new division off here, and the quality's picking up right where we let off in that last division. This pair of females on top, both, once again, I think, just very, very good heifers. These young ladies are showing the wheels off of them out here, and it's close between these two. I guess for me, there's some trade-offs between these two, but the heifer that's going to lead off here for me is just a little longer necked. She's one that's got a shot more power when we study her through her hip and down into her hocks all the way down to the ground. Just a little more base width in this heifer that's going to win the class. She's still got the good pieces to go along with those things there. She's one that's bold ribbed. She's got a nice look to her. Maybe not the most athletic in the way she uses her front two, but I like her hind leg and the way she uses it better than this heifer here in second. Heifer in second's extremely bold in the way she's put together through her rib cage. I like the depth this one has from her forerib back into her flank. I like the spring she has to her lower rib. She's still very clean necked. She's very attractive headed. She's a notch shorter neck than that heifer that wins your class. This one probably where I'd like to change her the most is when we get right behind her. She wants to hock in a little more and just get a little narrower there at the ground when we watch her go away from us. But that's two good females here to lead off a powerful class. This young man's heifer that comes next, I think she's one. The longer I look at her, the more she grows on me. You get up on this heifer here, and there's a lot to her. She's big ribbed, she's big hipped, she's beautiful headed when you get up there and you look at her head. She's pushing a little more forward chest out there already. Maybe like to set that back in her some. I'd like to lay her shoulder blade back in her a little bit and relax her knee some. See her get out and move a little freer out of that front end. But, man, that one's going to make an awesome-looking cow here one day when we get her out in the pasture. Heifer that comes next, I felt like there was some trade-offs between her and the heifer that was in front of her. This one's more attractive up about her neck and her head. She's one that is good ribbed as well. And I think when we get around behind this one's where I'd just like to change her a little. She's a little flatter. When we study her hip down into her stifle, just doesn't have the power that one right in front of her had, but she still gives us a very ladylike look when we get her here parked and give her a look at that moment. Heifer that comes next, this one's long necked. She's one that's got some added presence to her. This one we get her in motion. She just wants to get a little uptight out here today. Maybe wants to get up in her spine at times when we set her into motion. I think if we relax this heifer here, she probably gives us a different look. But today, that's how I see her here in this class. I've got a moderate one coming here next, maybe a little too moderate for what she needs to get around the ones in front of her. But, man, this one is just square hipped. She's one that gives us a neat look, very low maintenance, I think, when we talk about getting her into the cow herd here on down the road. I'd just like to see a little more of her today. I'd like to free her up off both ends of her skeleton as well. We've got one here next that does have that added size and scale to her. With her added scale, you know, she's one that maybe just doesn't have the power in terms of her work down low to go with the rest of the size she's got. Young man's got a nice heifer, though. He's doing a good job with her. These two we're going to round off with here today. Heifers, once again, I think just not quite as much to them as the ones that are in front of them today, but females that still have some quality to them. Once again, another outstanding class.
First call, Class 9 market steers. First call, Class 9. Second call, Class 7 percentage Simmentals. Second call, Class 7. Results of Class number 4 of your junior percentage Simmentals. In first place, entry number 46, weighing 861 pounds, S. Maine, She's Got It, exhibited by Jenna Riley Stockdale of Pierpoint, Ohio. In second place, entry number 56, weighing 959 pounds, WCCO WST Maxi B 214L, exhibited by Gavin Palmer of Springboro, Pennsylvania. In third place, entry number 54, weighing 878 pounds, FFSC Crystal 70L, exhibited by Colin Federke of Napoleon, Ohio. In fourth place, entry number 48, Lillian Schecker. In fifth place, entry number 51, Jack McDaniel. In sixth place, entry number 53, Evan Jackson. Seventh place, entry number 52, Annalie Myers. In eighth place, entry number 50, Kaysen Travis. In ninth place, entry number 57, Josie Phillips. Second call, Class 9, market steers. Second call, Class 9, market steers. There is a correction to the Class 4 of your percentage Simmental heifer placings. In first place, entry number 46, S&S Maine, She's Got It, exhibited by Jessica Riley Stockdale of Dayton, Pennsylvania. In second place, entry number 57, RPCM-FM Stylish Love, exhibited by Josie Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky. In third place, entry number 56, Gavin Palmer. Fourth place, entry number 48, Lillian Schecker. Fifth place, entry number 51, Jack McDaniel. Sixth place, entry number 54, Colin Federke. Seventh place, entry number 53, Evan Jackson. 8th place, entry number 50, Kaysen Travis. 9th place, entry number 52, Annalie Myers. Market steer entry number 7 to the makeup arena. Market steer entry number 7 to the makeup arena. Third and final call, Class 7 percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 7 percentage Simmentals. Your Class 5 market steer results: in first place, entry number 44, weighing 1,354 pounds, goes to Madison Shout of Piedmont, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 147, weighing 1,359 pounds, exhibited by Cade Genesee of Hennepin, Illinois. In third place, entry number 10, weighing 1,333 pounds, exhibited by Julian Korzing of Assumption, Illinois. In fourth place, entry number 18, Ella Eathington. In fifth place, entry number 35, Bella Ballard. Sixth place, entry number 176, Landon Kirkstra. In seventh place, entry number 162, Layla Myers. Eighth place, entry number 173, Michael Cook. Ninth place, entry number 68, Caleb Reynolds. And 10th place, entry number 92, Gracie Gasper.
Another nice class here. Female we're going to start with here's a pretty logical place for me. I think she's the one in here that's got that show heifer look to her when we want to talk about one that's got some added extension up front, just some added presence to her. This one dominates the class in that aspect. She's one that's just chock full of rib here at this stage of the game. Plenty of power. I think it's her combination of her look and just her overall quality that rises her to the top of this class. This young lady's female here that comes next with the orange bow in her hair, I think this female is one that maybe doesn't have the bells and whistles of some of these others we've seen this afternoon already, but it's her function. You just want to talk about one that has got so much good to her in terms of what she's going to be like on down the road when we get her into production. She's good ribbed. She's got some. She's probably not quite as attractive in the way her neck sets in her or the way she uses her hind leg, but just a very functional kind of female. That's why she lands second. Heifer that comes third, a little more moderate in her kind than them two in front of her. She's got some added look there up front. I'd just like to see her hold her top line a little more comfortably there into her loin and the way she transitions into her tail when we set her out in motion. Female that comes next, another one that's really, really feminine in her look, gives up some of the power in terms of just her genuine foot size and bone to move up in the class any here today. One that comes next here, I think a female that's got some good pieces to her. She's one that has got just a nice look as well, much like these heifers in front of her. For me, this one gets a little flatter in terms of her rib, in terms of her hip, and just a little narrower down at the ground. But she's coming at us a little greener in her condition today, and I know that probably works against her, against some of these heifers that are a little more ready. This young lady here has brought us a really long neck black baldy heifer, one that's got a big old stout hip in her, a female that's got some shape to that rib cage when we get around behind her. She wants to get a little more uncoordinated in the way she handles her top line and loin when we get her out on the go. I think if we could take a little bit of that hair out of her flank, it might give her illusion that she's got a little more center than what appears like it comes out here as well. The heifer that comes next here, one that's certainly got some base width, just a little coarser in the way she's put together, not quite as big-footed and stout-boned as some of these others above her. And this young lady's one that round things up here, one that's got a little more size to her, just a little coarser and piecier in the way she's put together over the top side of her skeleton and her underline. Outstanding class. Good job here bringing us some more good ones.
First call, Class 8 percentage Simmentals. First call, Class 8 percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 9 market steers. Third and final call, Class 9.
I think we've got two really good calves on the top end of this class. Definitely a little bit different. The calf that wins the class, I think he's got an advantage just in terms of extension and length, and where I think he's got a definite advantage is in his shoulder and his front knee. I think this calf's more correct in the way his shoulder lays in. I think he's more correct in the angle to his knee to the ground than the steer directly behind him. I love this calf's look when we get him on the side profile. Love his length of body. Maybe not quite as much shape and turn to the top side of his skeleton as the calf in second, where he's got a definite advantage is just how correct he is off his front end. Extremely nice calf to win the class. I love the calf in second. If I can change this one and his shoulder and knee, wins the class for me all day long. I like his boxy build. I like his muscularity. I think he's really good in his hip and hind leg. Just need to change him off that front end, and it's ever so slight, but it is there. And you know, the young man, you're doing a great job showing that steer, by the way. You know that he's got that, and you've worked your tail off trying to keep him right on his front end. Congratulations. I like the steer in third as well. He's been really hard to look at, wants to push this young lady around quite a bit. He's a calf, though. I think when you compare him to the two steers in 1 and 2, he's a lot like them in terms of his make and his build. He's one that's extremely muscular up high, just maybe not quite as much thump in terms of bone work and just density to his body that those first two have. Young lady's calf next in line in fourth. Here's a big bone, stout individual as well. For me, this is a calf he maybe just kind of just doesn't balance out quite as well as the steers in front of him when we get him on the profile. Gets a little deeper in his chest, maybe runs out to his flank, but that's an awfully good calf as well. Young lady's done a nice job getting him shown out here. The white steer, I like this calf just in terms of power. He's extremely muscular. He's got a great big top and great big quarter in him. What happens to this steer is when we set him in motion, he just gets a little rigid off of both ends, so we need to change him there. But that's a market steer in terms of his composition when we study his muscularity and his condition. Just need to free him up in his movement. The baldy steer next in line, there's one that's extremely muscular, extremely fault-free. Young lady, again, does a tremendous job exhibiting this steer out here. He's a calf, though. I think he just gets a little tighter in his heart, maybe a little tighter in his flank when we compare him to the steers above him. Certainly a nice calf. I think he's above average in terms of the amount of muscle he's packed onto his skeleton. I like the calf next in line as well, the young man's black calf. Again, a calf that maybe runs out the wrong way. He's just deeper in his chest than he is his flank. Maybe a little staler today when we compare him to some of the other steers above him. Compositionally, I think that steer's loaded with muscle. Young man's done a good job feeding him. We could probably change him in terms of the way he moves as well as he gets around the ring. Young lady's steer next in line. This is one I remember on the profile. She gets him stuck and he's long and level down his top, extended up through his front end. Just gets a little harder and drier in his rib cage when we compare him to some of the other individuals above him. Maybe you need to see him set his foot down a little softer to the ground as well. The black steer with the white belly and white tail next in line. This is one that's just got a tremendous amount of raw shape down his top and through his quarter. He's a calf that's extremely wide in his skeleton. We need to just make this steer go better on the move. He just gets a little rigid off of both ends, maybe not quite as flexible off of both ends when compared to some of the steers above him. The next two steers in line, different in their types and kind. The gray steer's more moderate. Young man's done a great job with the feed bucket, getting this calf finished. Calf gets a bit plainer on the profile, maybe gives up something in terms of his structural correctness as well. Young man does a nice job getting him presented, though. Same goes for the shorthorn mark calf. I think he's one of the more lighter muscled calves in the class. Very attractive on the profile. Just need to power him up today to make him more competitive.
Second call, Class 8 percentage Simmental. Second call, Class 8. First call, Class 10 market steers. First call, Class 10. Third and final call, Class 8 percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 8. Second call, Class 10 market steers. Second call, Class 10. Results of Class 6 of your market steers. In first place, entry number 64 with a weight of 1,377 pounds, exhibited by Audrey Rice of Huntington, Indiana. In second place, entry number 58 with a weight of 1,374 was exhibited by Claire Lauterbach of Van Meter, Iowa. In third place, entry number 157 with a weight of 1,375 was exhibited by Libby Sajika of Riverside, Iowa. In fourth place, entry number 40, Gavin Ransom. Fifth place, entry number 42, Macy Banter. Sixth place, entry number 75, Addison Gilbert. Seventh place, entry number 164, Andrew Johnson. Eighth place, entry number 21, Brooke Turner. Ninth place, entry number 155, Callista Omball. Your Class 7 market steer results. In first place, entry number 149 with a weight of 1,399 was exhibited by Denver McKay of Orlando, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 163 with a weight of 1,399, Cutter Prince of West Point, Nebraska. In third place, entry number 16 with a weight of 1,399, Abby Clapp of Leroy, Illinois. In fourth place, entry number 39, Kendall Whitman. Fifth place, entry number 6, TJ Gecki. Sixth place, entry number 38, Catherine Crow. Seventh place, entry number 98, Andrew Jark. In eighth place, entry number 91, Jordan Chant. Ninth place, entry number 70, Emma Briley West. In 10th place, entry number 104, Wyatt Wolfer. 11th place, entry number 125, Jacob Sheriff.
All right, back here on this percentage Simmental side, a class here with a lot of differences in terms of sizes and shapes. And, you know, I guess for me, this heifer that's going to lead things off here most closely follows suit to what we've done up today. She's one that's just got that look up front that I like to see in these cattle. One with that added density in terms of her rib cage, really smooth in terms of her joint work as well. When we get her out on the go, you know, we want to nitpick on this one a little. Sometimes she wants to swing those rear two a little bit at times, but she's wanting to go pretty good here for this young lady too, so I don't know if that's part of it, but I think a female, it's her mass and her density and her right size that gets her here to the top for me today. This one in second to me is a very intriguing individual. You get up on this one and she's got a lot of size to her. This is a big girl here, but she's got big features to go along with it. She's wide pinned. She's one that's long and extended up front, really big footed. I just wish she hooked up a little better there in her shoulder into her forerib. I think if we could hook her up a little better there, she might just get out and move a little easier out of her front end. But this one's going to be intriguing to see how she matures because she's got the size, the width, the skeleton to do some big things here on down the road. Heifer that comes next, an interesting one for me, a little more moderate than the two that are right in front of her. Probably as good a hind leg as any of the heifers in this entire class. I really like the set this one has to her hock, the softness she has down to the ground. I think maybe Reed's just a shot more immature than those two in front of her, and that probably works to her advantage here a little bit today. Maybe just like to clean her up there into her chest floor some. I'd like to see this one move just a little different out of her front end. She wants to shuffle out of those front two at times, but nevertheless, I think she's got that look of quality the two heifers have in front of her. That's why she lands in the third hole. One here that just reads brood cow all over to me that comes next. This female here, you know, she's not the sharpest chested one. She's not the biggest boned one out here, but she's so balanced in terms of her smoothness down her top line, at her hip, really big and bold in terms of her lower rib cage as well. I guess, you know, if we compare this one to the ones above, we give her a shot more foot and it changes things here in this class. Nice, functional kind of female though. A more moderate one that comes next, and I'd like to see this a little bigger amongst her contemporaries in this class. I'd like to clean her up there in her front end just a little bit and set that tail head down in her. But, man, is she functional? Is she broody in terms of her rib? Long strided. Very nice, good kind of female here that rolls out that next hole. The heifer that comes next, I think this one hits you pretty hard in terms of her look and her balance. She's large outline, pretty headed, good necked. When we really study this one, I'm not so sure. She's just quite as deep there in her flank back into her twist. And I think when we get around behind her, maybe just like to give her a shot more power down low there. But I think this one's another one that's got some intriguing pieces. Going to be fun to see what she does here as she continues to mature and get a little older. Heifer that comes next, I think, you know, she's a lot like the one right in front of her. Oh, she's beautiful headed, long necked. She's really level down her top line when she gets her parked in there. I'd maybe like to elevate her and pin some when she gets her on the go. Just see her set down with a little more comfort right there at the ground and the way she handles her hock. Much of the same can be said for the heifer that comes next. She's got a big stout hip in her. She's got some extra length. Just not quite as comfortable in the way she handles her hock, those rear two pasterns when he gets her out and takes her around the ring. These heifers here, these last four that are going to round things up in this class, heifers that are just a shot more moderate, maybe just a little piecier, a little coarser the way they're put together. Another, though, really good class. This percentage show is getting interesting over here, folks. Really good job, juniors.
First call, Class 9, percentage Simmentals. First call, Class 9. Third and final call, Class 10, Market Steers. Third and final call, Class 10. Results of Class 5 of your junior percentage Simmental female show. In first place, entry number 58, weighing 905 pounds, JTOF Fancies Lori, exhibited by Bailey Thompson of Westport, Indiana. In second place, entry number 59, weighing 978 pounds, Poppy Honey, exhibited by Victoria Coors of Greensburg, Indiana. Third place, entry number 65, weighing 899 pounds, VEHS Harn Beauty 2302, exhibited by Drew Vislage of Brownstown, Indiana. In fourth place, entry number 60, James Jackson. Fifth place, entry number 61, Gus Wilt. Sixth place, entry number 964, Kinley Conley. In seventh place, entry number 66, Jackson Hooker. In eighth place, entry number 204, Kyla McLean. Your Class 6 results. In first place, entry number 71, weighing 1,020 pounds, BCII Sandy Nikio 4L, exhibited by Madison Fisher of Somerset, Ohio. In second place, entry number 80, weighing 1122, Harker's Trixie's Harmony, L105, exhibited by Chase Harker of Hope, Indiana. In third place, entry number 73, weighing 875 pounds, L-Man Miss Brokers 11L, exhibited by Hannah French of Wakeman, Ohio. In fourth place, entry number 76, Ella Downs. Fifth place, entry number 78, Callie Ray Childers. Sixth place, entry number 75, Owen St. Peters. Seventh place, entry number 74, Isabella Timberman. Eighth place, entry number 68, Drew Vislage. In ninth place, entry number 67, Carson Oliver. 10th place, entry number 70, Landon McAllister. 11th place, entry number 72, Lindley McAllister. 12th place, entry number 79, Mackenzie Upton. Second call, Class 9 percentage Simmental. Second call, Class 9.
Another powerful division in this percentage Simmental show, and three class winners here. They just keep coming, folks. Good cattle here all the way through. Heifer out of our first class here, one that is very balanced. I think when we study this female from the ground up in terms of her joint work down low, the width this one has at the ground all the way when we read her on up into her skeleton. She's one that maintains some added power with some added smoothness, still very ladylike and maternal look. And when we analyze this one and the way she's put together, she's one that probably has the advantage over her top line and the way she handles her skeleton over these other two heifers behind her here. Just a very nice female out of that first class. This heifer out of our second class is very intriguing because I think she's got some extreme pieces here, but still puts them together in pretty good fashion. She's the longest necked one here of these three, and I think when we analyze this one, you don't really realize how extended she is up front until you get up on her. But, you know, to have that kind of extension, I like the way she lays in there at the point of her shoulder. She's probably the deepest centered heifer here out of this trio in this division. She's one with the added stoutness when we get right around behind her. You know, I want to nitpick this one a little, maybe gets a little easier there in her top at times, but I think, you know, with that comfortability, that ease that she has in her top, that's why she can get out and travel around the ring with a little longer stride than maybe the one right behind her here out of our third class. This heifer out of the third class on the stand still gives you really a look that demands your attention. This female here is one that's got some presence. She's probably the most up-headed of the three we've got out here to vying for this division. She's one with much of the added power, the added body the two in front of her have. We talked that in class. Maybe wants to get outside herself a little bit when we set her in motion. We'd like to change that about her. But once again, very competitive division here. We've got some seconds over here behind them that are outstanding as well. I'll show you a set of champions here in this division. Let's give these guys a round of applause.
Third and final call, Class 9 percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 9.
That second place heifer that come in here to compete for your reserve division, one that's very, very maternal in her look from the side. I really love the lower rib this female has here. We talked that one in class. I just wish I could see her set down a little square off those rear two. I wish she didn't hop in like she does, because this one's so good looking from the side. Young lady, you got one there you ought to be proud of. I'll show you what I want to do here for this reserve division. Once again, great job, young people.
Percentage Simmental entry numbers 114 and 116 to the makeup arena. Once again, Percentage Simmental entry numbers 114 and 116 to the makeup arena.
Starting a new division off in this Simmental show. And for me, this red heifer is just a really nice place to start. Very, very functional. And I guess it's this one, when we get her in motion, that does it for me. Brings her to the top. She's so flexible. We watch this girl get out and go, and she sets her hind foot actually in front of her front one when we watch her there at the ground. Tremendously loose in terms of her skeleton. You know, along with that, she's got some added ribs. She's got some added just mass and dimension to her all the way through. You know, not as neat-necked as this heifer in second here. I'd probably like to change that about her, but she's so sound. She's so flexible and functional. That's what gets her to the top for me. Heifer in second, when she's standing still here, I love this one's look. She's extremely upheaded. The way her neck ties into the top of her shoulder is pretty unique. She gives you that look there of extreme quality up front. This one's long. She's got some added size to her as well. well. I like the way she's designed from her hock on down to the ground on those rear two. Where we'd like to change her those up front, she gets a little more forward in the angle to her knee, just not quite as correct in her shoulder and a little more opened up there down low. The heifer that comes next, this is the longest bodied one in here. She's probably the highest performing when we want to talk about pounds. This female here is one that has just got that added length and width to her. You know, with that added length, she maybe just don't hook up quite as good there in her shoulder and right into her forerib. We go on back and maybe just not quite the depth into her flank of what we need to see, but interesting heifer nonetheless. Powerful one to come here next, a little more moderate in her framework. I just wish she held her loin together a little stronger and laid that tail head down in her some to move her up in the class. Any heifer that comes next here, one that's very angular, very maternal in her look. I appreciate the squareness this female has down her top line at her hip. She's good bodied. She's just a little plainer, a little shorter up front for me. Doesn't have the foot size and bone work she needs to get up in this class. We round things off with a red one here that's got that added length, added extension and size. We just got to soften this girl up some when we study her through the center portion of her body to move her up in this class any.
I think probably the deepest class of the day, but we've definitely got some differences. For me, there's not a calf that just jumps out and grabs me. There's a lot of good in all these cattle, but I think we get some structural differences as we kind of study them and the longer they stay out here. First thing I'd like to do is congratulate these two young ladies on showing ones with that much white, because I know how much work that is. We've shown a few black and white ones, and we've got one in the barn right now, and it can get obsessive just trying to keep them looking good, and they've done a good job with that. I think the steer that wins the class for me, he's kind of the combination of the top three. I think this steer's got a good enough look on the profile. He's tremendously stout in terms of his foot size and his bone work. This calf, when you study him at a three-corner, he's just cracked open in his skeleton, full of muscle. As he gets around the ring, he gets around the ring good enough for me today. I'd like to give him a bit more reach off his hind leg as he goes, but I think he's acceptable. That's why he wins the class. I like that calf too when I get behind him. He's just super powerful, big back, probably one of the squarest hipped, biggest quartered calves in the class. I like the shape and dimension of the calf in second. This one's just extremely old on the top side of his rib cage, really round ribbed, really muscular, lots of width of chest. He's a bit stale for me today. Calf that's got a little bit more up through his chest. Again, we'd want to just make him just a bit more flexible out his hock and hit the ground as he gets around the ring. He can motor, there's no doubt. That's getting awfully critical of an awfully good one. Congratulations. Problem steer for me in the class is this brockle face steer that comes in third. When the young lady gets him parked and he's not bucking a knee, he wins the class for me. But he gets out here on the profile and he wants to rock his knee forward, just not dead right off his front end. Maybe he doesn't have quite as much shape and dimension to the lower side of his quarter as the two steers above him, but that's a good looking one that's presented to the nines. Looks really nice as he gets out here. Just need to change his structure. Same goes for the young and fourth. I love this one when the young man gets him parked and set up, wins the class. Just good looking. He's got big feet and big legs, an awesome back leg as he gets around the ring. With this steer is when he moves off his front end. He wants to paddle and just kind of reach out to the outside of his skeleton as he's moving. I'd like to change him there. If I change him there, that calf wins the class. Nice steer. Again, presented extremely well. Another really attractive steer next here in fifth, a calf that's got a lot of extension up through his front end. Maybe doesn't balance quite as well as those four steers directly in front of him. Let me tell you though, you are in a tough class. There's a lot of nice calves in this class. Steer that's got a little extra chest, maybe not quite as much lower quarter as a few calves directly in front of him, but I like that steer awful well. I like the muscularity of the calf next in line, the young man with the red shirt. This calf's just got a tremendous shape down his top, really big hipped and big ended. With that though comes a little bit of just structural integrity. This calf just gets a little tight as he gets around the ring. Maybe doesn't want to flex at the ground quite as good as some of the other steers above him. Certainly a nice market steer. The black and white steer next in line, he's just super complete. A calf that's well made off of both ends. Gives up power today. just not quite stout enough to stand any taller. Calf, I think, though, that's got a world of quality in him. I like him well. One of the better looking calves in the class in terms of his front end is a young man's calf next. He's a little bit of a handful. I love the way this calf's neck comes out of the top side of his shoulder. His underlying balance is really good. He's a calf we need him to be more flexible at the ground as he gets around and moves around the arena. Maybe one, if he had a little better disposition, we'd get a little better look at him. Young lady's calf next in line again. One, when she gets him parked, he commands your attention. This one is smooth made, boxy built and stout, but it's when we ask him to go. We just need him to reach out and grab more ground off his hind leg, maybe be a bit more flexible to be more competitive, but that's a big, stout, burly one. I like the Charlet steer next in line. He's nice and trim. He's a calf that's got some muscle, certainly a high cut ability, kind of a steer. Just need to power him today to make him more competitive. Same goes with the two steers next in line. Calves that probably give up some in terms of look. You guys got in a really stout class. Those are two very good market steers. Just some really nice ones above you. Congratulations.
First call, Class 10, percentage Simmental females. First call, Class 10.
A lot of quality way down deep in this class here, and you know, some choices to be made here, but I guess the one I elected to win this class for me is the one that just puts a lot of things together in a very balanced kind of package. This female's one that's got some added width to her. She's got a lot of rib shape when we study her rib down low there. I really like that about this female. Plenty sound enough when we get her on the go. You know, no, she's not the cleanest fronted one. She's not the most of anything, but I think she checks the most boxes in terms of quality for me here in this class. I like this blaze-faced heifer that comes next as well. She's a lot like our class winner. She's smooth. She blends so well from her neck into her shoulder there. She much like our class winner. Good rib, you know, not the deepest bodied one we've seen, but sure enough, plenty to her. For me, when we get around behind this one, I just got to see her go away from us with a little more base width. You know, see her handle that hawk just a little more secure maybe at times. She's got a little more set to her than some of these others do. She's still very flexible. I just like to open her up some in terms of her width. Really long heifer here, one that's tremendously clean about her neck. She's one that's got some added power and width when we get around behind her. I like this heifer's hind leg and the flexibility she's got to her hawk. It's her knee that's where the part that I got to change her there. She's a little more upright and an angle to that knee. If we could set that one back there and just soften her up a little, I think she moves up in this class. We've got one coming next here, I think a little more moderate in her kind, and this young lady is sure getting her shown out here. She's sticking her as good as anybody in the whole class. This female is very maternal in her look. I like the way she blends from her neck into her shoulder and her rib cage. She's one that is very soft about her hind leg, and I don't say this very often, but maybe like to see her drive off that hind leg with just a little more power there when we get her out in motion. But, you know, if you like a moderate, I think there's a lot to appreciate about this female here. We got a stout one coming here next. Probably as much shape about her hip, as much boldness to her rib cage as any in the class. She's tremendously big-footed as well. When we analyze this one here for me, though, she's just a little straighter about her hock. I'd like to give her a little more flex there when we get her out on the go. I'd like to set her tail head down in her some, too. Heifer that comes next, I think one that's just tremendously wide-based. She's one that's smooth when we study her down her top line, at her hip. For me, when we analyze this one on the bottom side there of her skeleton, she's got a little more chest probably than what her body allows for her to balance up nice there. I'd like to raise her up some there, clean that navel up, and probably just soften her up in terms of her depth. Heifer that comes next here, a little more restricted in her spine, but one that's still got a nice maternal feminine look to her. This red one, big stout hipped one, once again, coarser in the way she handles her skeleton out on the go, and much of the same could be said about this white-faced heifer here that rounds things up. She's deep, she's moderate, easy flesh, and just got to smoothen her up a little bit in the way she's put together.
Second call, Class 10, percentage Simmental females. Second call, Class 10. First call, Class 11. First call, Class 11, percentage Simmentals. First call, Class 11, market steers. First call, Class 11, market steers. Results of Class 8 of your junior percentage Simmental show. In first place, entry number 93, weighing 1136. Wallace Lucy, 2160K, exhibited by Tyler Abding of Grand Saline, Texas. In second place, entry number 98, weighing 1110, Wallace Lady, 2159K, exhibited by Addison Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. In third place, entry number 96, weighing 1045, RPCMFM Built to Love, K73, exhibited by Delton Boone of Forest, Mississippi. In fourth place, entry number 95, Marlene Godwin. Fifth place, entry number 100, Maddie Evers. In sixth place, entry number 1, Reagan Bostick. In seventh place, entry number 90, Ella Miller. Eighth place, entry number 102, Montana Boatwright. In ninth place, entry number 94, Riley Lynch. Congratulations, your Division II champion percentage Simmental female goes to entry number 46, S&S Maine She's Got It, exhibited by Jessica Riley Stockdale of Dayton, Pennsylvania. Your reserve champion and also your champion bred and owned goes to entry number 58, JTF Fancies Lori, exhibited by Bailey Thompson of Westport, Indiana. Your Class 7 results on your junior percentage Simmental show. In first place, entry number 83, weighing 1,012 pounds, XTB Little Red Wagon K94, exhibited by Morgan Jackson of Kaufman, Texas. In second place, entry number 88, weighing 1114, S Something to See 2604L, exhibited by Jacob Stauffer of Warsaw, Indiana. In third place, entry number 85, weighing 1241, B Netto Material Girl, exhibited by Belle Nedolicki of Fairfax, Iowa. In fourth place, entry number 86, Carly Cochran. Fifth place, entry number 87, Abigail Miller. And sixth place, entry number 84, Augustus Rye. Third and final call, Class 10, percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 10. Second call, Class 11, percentage Simmentals. Second call, Class 11.
Well, they say you see something new every day, and I think we saw it there with our little fence issue. Luckily, it worked out all right. We got a good class over here back in this percentage Simmental show, and you know, we got 3 heifers here on top that are all 3 different from one another, but they're all 3 really, really good. And this one I'm going to lead off with, for me, just a little more length, a little more extension. You know, for me, she's one that's probably got a shot more power, especially in the way it lays in, just a shot squarer there. When he gets this one parked, she just gives you an outstanding look through the front 1/3 of her skeleton there. She's extremely up-headed. She's one that's got plenty of rib. When we get her out on the go, she's plenty sound enough for me. She takes a long stride. I think one with some added size and scale to go along with it. This heifer in second's probably one of the more moderate heifers in the entire class, but when we sit back and we really look at this one, we look at the quality she has, there's still a really good heifer here. Very, very maternal in her look. She's big ribbed, she's square hipped as well, very sound when we get her out on the go. She's not quite as clean necked as that heifer that wins the class. She's not quite as big boned or powerful maybe up high as that heifer that wins the class, but it's her function me that gives her in the second hole. This heifer that goes third's a lot like her heifer that goes second. She is so bold ribbed, she's so deep bodied. The way she ties from her forerib back into her flank, she's just one that's very dense. She's long hipped, you know, maybe not quite as square when we get around behind her and look at the way that she blends from her hooks to her pins. Not quite as neat necked and clean down into her chest floor as those 2 in front of her, but nevertheless one that's very functional, very unique in terms of her look and her build. Maybe you'd just like to see her get out and go with a little more freedom off both ends of her skeleton as well. This red heifer that comes next, she's a mile long. This heifer wins the award in this class for being the longest. You know, with that extra length, she's got a big stout hip, maybe a little coarser there in her tail head, a little rounder in her hip. I'd like to soften her up some there at the ground too when she goes away from you, but she's a big, stout, wide, long one. Heifer that comes next, when she gets this one parked, I think she demands your attention. She's beautiful headed, beautiful neck. She too's got a big, stout, wide hip in her. She's a little rounder though, and I'd like to just square her up some there over the top side of her hip. I'd like to see her get out and move just a little more comfortably as well, much like a couple of them in front of her. Heifer that come next, you know, one that is very sound in her movement. This female, you know, she doesn't have quite the power. Maybe that's why she can't move, or maybe that's why she can move a little free them 2 in front of her. For me, she's just so maternal in her look. I'd like to stouten her up in terms of her bone work and her feet when we study her down lower to the ground. Got a really easy fleshing one here coming next, probably carrying a little more condition than what I'd like to see, but I think she just reads to be a really good brood cow, not quite as flashy, not quite as attractive as the ones in front of her. A pair of black heifers coming next here, pretty similar. They're a little more moderate. They've got some spring of rib to them. We just need to maybe see them a shot bigger out here today. This yellow heifer comes next. Man, is she long and extended. She's one that gets out and takes a big long stride with some muscle shape. Maybe just not quite the show ring look these others have out here. And finally, we round things up with maybe one of the stout muscle heifers we've had in this class here, but at the same time, maybe just a little too much for me. I'd just like to see her come in a little more feminine, maternal looking package.
Third and final call, Class 11, percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 11. First call, Class 12, percentage Simmentals. First call, Class 12. Results of Class 8 of your market steers. In first place, entry number 90, weighing 1,429 pounds, exhibited by Paisley Vineski of Elk City, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 178, weighing 1,419 pounds, exhibited by Alyssa Borison of Zeeland, Michigan. In third place, entry number 150, with a weight of 1,419 pounds, was exhibited by Denver McKay of Orlando, Oklahoma. In fourth place, entry number 7, with a weight of 1,435, exhibited by Michaela Nelson of Volga, South Dakota. Fifth place, entry number 12, Bryce Bennett. Sixth place, entry number 14, Jet Moore. Seventh place, entry number 3, Jet Hale. Eighth place, entry number 76, Carly Spry. Ninth place, entry number 34, Tyler Bruns. 10th place, entry number 48, Colin Cook.
We'll keep things moving right along here on our female side. Another division championship red heifer out of this first class, one that's tremendously long-strided. She's bold-ribbed. She's a little more moderate when we compare to the two that are out here behind her. She's also the youngest of these three, and I realize that. But a very, very nice, functional kind of female here to represent our first class. This heifer out of our second class, one that's got a little more size in terms of her framework. She's very attractive and ladylike up front, so long and square out her hip. I think one that's just pretty balanced, pretty complete when we get her out here. No, she's not the biggest bone one, she's not the stoutest one, but just so good in terms of her balance. We round things up here. This final class winner is one that just gives us an extremely unique look in terms of her extension, the way her front end's designed there, one that's got plenty of rib for me with added width and dimension to go along with it. I'll show you the way I like this division. Let's give these guys a round of applause.
Second call, class 12, percentage Simmental, second call, class 12. Results of Class 9 of your junior percentage Simmental female show. In first place, entry number 109 with a weight of 1294. J-Sol Reba, 2516K, exhibited by Chase Harker of Hope, Indiana. In second place, entry number 111 with a weight of 1148. Miss CCF Ambition, K139, exhibited by Kendall Harper of Alpha, Georgia. In third place, entry number 106 with a weight of 1083. Three Aces Spice, K922, was exhibited by Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. In fourth place, entry number 114, Bella Wildermuth. Fifth place, entry number 108, Addison Bartlow. Sixth place, entry number 116, Haley Lott. Seventh place, entry number 113, Kirsten Bulmer. Eighth place, entry number 112, Gavin Melton. Ninth place, entry number 117, Leah Minders. 10th place, entry number 118, Natalie Brown. 11th place, entry number 115, Marissa Gabbard.
I think we got two really good ones on the top end of this class. I'm going to go ahead and use a steer I think that's just got a little more true internal dimension. When you watch this calf at a 3/4, I think he's just opened up more in his skeleton. He's a wider chested calf. I think he's got more true base width. Calf, when you study him in his forearm, he's got a great big forearm in him, big top, good looking. I like this calf in terms of, I think he's just a little boxier than the one in second. He's a calf, when he gets around the ring, I think he's ideal in his hind leg and hip structure. Maybe not quite strong right down his top as the one in second, but kind of wanting to lift his tail head the whole time when he's out here. When the young lady gets him parked and gets his tail head down, I think it gives you a really nice look. I do like the symmetry and balance, though. The calf here in second, he's really long and extended up through his front end. level down his top. He's a calf for me, he's just not quite as wide and powerful as the steer that leads out in the class, but he's a calf that's got a world of quality in him. I think he's sound and agile as he gets around the ring. Extremely nice pair of calves, just a little different in their type and kind. Two real good ones though. I like this silver calf that comes next in line, just a little flatter in its design, I think, when we compare him to the two steers directly in front of him, but he's a calf that's got a tremendous amount of body, length and extension. It's really a strong, tough, good looking calf when we get him parked on the profile, just not quite as powerful as the two steers directly in front of him, but awfully good one as well. I like the young man steer next in line. He's one when we get him on the profile, he gives you a great look. He's one, I guess, for me, when we compare him to those three steers directly in front of him, he just wants to get a little narrow in his basic, especially up front. You watch his front legs, they kind of get a little close together as he moves and almost just gets a little too narrow in his chest for me, but I think that steer does have a lot of quality just in terms of his structural correctness and his lines and his build as we study him on the side profile. Young man steer next in class, this is one that really does nothing wrong. He's extremely powerful. He just maybe not as fresh today as the four steers directly in front of him. Gets a little more stale up through his front end. Maybe doesn't balance quite as well. He actually wants to tuck up quite a bit in his flank. They got it fit extremely well. Is a nice calf though. I like how much bone and foot size he has. I like him in terms of his structural integrity at the ground. Really sets his foot down strong. It's a calf that's just a little stale, as I said. This brockle face steer, when the young lady just gets him standing there, you really kind of fall in love with this one. He's got a good look just in terms of the way he's marked. Like his profile, I like his power, I like his shape and dimension on the top side of his rib cage. He's got a great big back in him. We need to make this calf more flexible off his hind leg. I think we make him more flexible off his hind leg. He's hunting 1 and 2 in this class all day long. Just gets a little steep and straight in his hawk for me today. I like the steer next to line that the young man's leading out. That one's got a great big foot, tremendous amount of bone, especially when we compare him even to a few little bit higher up. He's a calf, though he's a little drier in his rib for me today. Maybe just cuts up in his flank just a little when you really get out and analyze him. Got quite a bit of hair there. Calf's presented to a T, extremely muscular. I just don't know that that calf has quite enough to him to compete any higher today. Certainly high quality. He's got a great look. Like I said, I love that bone that he's got. Calf next in line is one, again, that's extremely powerful in his overall makeup too. Just when you compare bone and muscularity, I think that's where he's got an advantage. Gets a little coarser today for me today. Maybe gets a little bit out at the point of his shoulder, not dead right off his front end, but that's one that's loaded with power and bone. Young lady's calf next in line, he again is one that maybe closes up a little bit up front as well. When we look at the underside of his skeleton, wants to get a little narrow, maybe a little more pinched in his forward, but he is a calf that the young lady's done a nice job with in terms of feeding him. I think he's adequate in terms of his muscularity when we compare him to the steers above him. Just not quite as sound and agile, not as athletic, if you will, off of both ends. I like the young man's calf next in line. He's one that's got a really neat neck about him. His neck comes straight out of the top side of his shoulder. He's got some width and dimension. You like that shape in his forerib. He's a calf that maybe gets out at the point of his shoulder. We'd like to just change him, smooth him up there. Calf maybe that doesn't move quite as sound as some of the cattle above him. Next three steers, as we study them, they're cattle that just need to be changed in terms of their structural correctness, cattle that maybe get a little straight, not dead right in their hocks. You might want to pull their hocks apart, not see them quite as coarse as they get around the ring.
Third and final call, Class 12, percentage Simmental heifers. Third and final call, Class 12. First call, Class 13. First call, Class 13, percentage Simmentals. Congratulations, your Division III percentage Simmental champion goes to entry number 109, Jason Reba, 2516K, exhibited by Chase Harker of Hope, Indiana. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 93, Wallace Lucy, 2160K, exhibited by Tyler Abdi of Watauga, Oklahoma. Your Division III bred and owned champion goes to entry number 114, Wildly Dale Sangria, exhibited by Bella Wildermuth of Granville, Ohio. Second call, Class 11 Market Steers. Second call, Class 11 Market Steers.
Interesting class here as we get into these older percentage heifers, and a pair of females here on top. There's no doubt they're probably a little bigger than maybe what we need out here, but I think when we get down to quality, they're still the two that rise to the top for me. This female that wins here for me does so quite handily. I think she's one that's so maternal in her look, but she's got that added dimension. She's got that added power. She's extremely comfortable when we get her out on the go and watch her go around the ring. Puts all that together in a very, very balanced package. For me, I think it gets close here between second and third, and this female I put in second's just a little more like our class winner. I think she's just a little more maternal in her look. She's one that just comes out here with a little longer hip. She's one that's tremendously big-bodied. Where I would like to change this one, we get her on the go, and she gets a little choppier in the way she moves at times, but a female that's big outline, a lot to that one. I really appreciate the added dimension and substance to this heifer here that comes in third. She's probably as big-footed, probably as freewheeling as any of the heifers in the entire class when we get her out on the go. I'd just like to maybe see her just a notch bigger out here. She's plenty moderate when we compare her to the rest of the class here, but there's no denying the added mass, the added shape and squareness this female brings us. One that comes next gives us a super attractive look when she gets her parked in here. She's so up-headed. I think she's one that's got that added foot size and bone. Really good when we study her through the underline there of her rib cage. For me, she's just a little shorter hipped and wants to drop her pins down some when we get her on the move. Just doesn't want to get out and drive off those rear two quite as good as she needs to. Heifer that comes next, when she come in, this one sure caught my eye because I think there's a lot to this heifer here. She's one that's still very clean when we study her up through her front 1/3 down into her chest floor. Tremendously good when we look at the way she blends from her forerib back into her flank. She wants to get a little more hinged in the way she uses her shoulder and her knee when we set her into motion. Just not quite maybe as free when we get her out there front end, but once again, super high quality individual. We get into a heifer here that's a little more moderate in terms of her framework, and with her moderation, I think she brings some ease of flesh to her. Well, with that, she's pushing a little more chest there, a little more fat down there into the lower side of her brisket. We'd like to just clean her up some there, maybe give her a frame score or two to add to her. A pair of heifers we round things up with here, just a little coarser in their look, but they've brought us some females here with the added muscle, the added power this breed's known for. Another really good class.
Third and final call, Class 11 market steers. Third and final call, Class 11 market steers. Results from class number 10 of your junior percentage Simmental show. Your class winner and also your Division 4 champion female goes to entry number 125, BCR Time to Shine 106K, exhibited by Chloe Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma. In second place, and also your reserve champion, goes to entry number 127, weighing 1,472 pounds. STCC Serena's Crystal 120K, exhibited by Arabella Bynes of Deweyville, Utah. In third place, entry number 122, weighing 1412, J-Boy Miss Brokers 215K, exhibited by Carter Hogue of Good Hope, Illinois. In fourth place, entry number 126, Kate Wainwright. In fifth place, entry number 121, Grace Lemingager. In sixth place, entry number 124, Rylan Vaughn. In seventh place, entry number 123, Kylie Berg. In eighth place, entry number 128, McKenna Merritt. Second call, Class 13, percentage Simmental. Second call, Class 13. All first and second place market steers to the makeup arena. All first and second place market steers to the makeup arena. Third and final call, Class 13 percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 13. First call, Class 14. First call, Class 14 percentage Simmental females.
Well, I think as we get on these heavier classes, we kind of get some cattle that just start sorting themselves, I guess, in terms of where they at in their maturity pattern, and maybe cattle that are just getting a little past prime. And I think that's what we're seeing in this class. I think the steer that starts the class has an advantage over his contemporaries just because he's extremely fresh. I think this calf's presented extremely well. Young lady's done a nice job keeping him fresh up through his front end. I think when you get your hands on him, you can definitely tell that about him. I like the calf as he gets around the ring, very sound. He's a calf that's got a tremendous look. I'd like to just make him a bit boxier and stouter to make him more competitive and more of my kind. But I think today he needs to win because he's one of the fresher in this class of heavier steers. I do like the steer in second quite a bit as well. Here's a steer that's got a good look about him. He's good bodies. He's sound off of both ends. Calf that's getting a little stale today for me, just up through his front end. And when you get your hands on him, maybe a little bit past prime, but I think that's an awfully good steer. Probably looked real nice about 30 days ago, I'm sure. Very sound as well, a lot like the class winner. Like I said, just want to freshen him up a bit. The steer in third's the steer that's real intriguing to me. When the young lady gets this one stopped, he's probably my favorite calf in the class. He's extremely boxy built. He's very wide in terms of his skeleton. He's stout boned, just pulled apart, really, really muscular. But for me today, when we let him, move around the ring, he just gets a little too rigid on his back leg, wants to just set his pasterns down a bit hard, not soft enough to the ground. We free this one up on his pasterns as he moves around. He wins the class. I like him awful well. Just need him to be a little sounder today. Really sound calf comes in fourth. Nothing wrong with this individual. I noticed him when he came in class and I said, that's just a good, honest calf. He's got a tremendous amount of body. He's sound off of both ends. He just gives up some in terms of power. He's just not stout enough to be competitive today, but he's an awful good steer. I think that's good, high-quality cattle. Just need to inject more muscle in him to get him any higher today. The muscular calf is the black and white calf that comes next in line. Calf's got a big forearm in him, great big back over his loin, tremendous amount of shape and dimension, tons of shape in his quarter. Gets a little dry to the touch when we get our hands on him. Maybe been trying to hold him a bit more, but he is a calf you really appreciate for all that natural muscling that he does possess. I think he's relatively sound as he gets around the ring for having that tremendous shape to him. The yellow calf next in line, again, a calf that's a little past prime as well. Maybe like to take this calf and free him up off of both ends. Gets a little dry in his rib cage for me today, maybe a little tucked up in his forerib and flank. Just isn't quite as comfortable in terms of the way he gets around the ring either. Young lady's calf next in line is one that's got a tremendous amount of shape and dimension when you look at him down his top. Big-ended calf. He's a really good-bodied steer. Like the way this one shoulder transitions into his forerib. He's got a tremendous amount of shape in his rib. Where we need to change this one, we need to give him more slope and angle to his shoulder. Just gets a little too steep and straight up front to be any more competitive. Same goes for the calf next in line that the young man's leading. Like this one, he's an awful good market steer, just in terms of composition. When we study him in terms of muscling and finish, you really like him. Where you want to change that one, he just needs to be sounder off both ends. He's got to have more reach in his skeleton as he gets around the ring, but he's a good, solid, high cut ability kind of calf. Really attractive calf next in line. His neck comes straight out of the top side of his shoulder. He's long and level down his top with a great hip and hind leg. This calf, though, for me today, he's just too straight fronted. Needs more shape to it, more slope, to his shoulder. Need to give him a little more curvature in his knee to make him more competitive. But when the young man gets him parked, that one's easy to look at. Yellow calf next in line again, one that just needs to be freed up off of both ends. Does have some muscle and dimension. Young man's done a nice job feeding him, just needs to go sounder. Same go for the next two calves in line. They're extremely muscular calves. They're calves that have been fed and fitted correctly. They're just not sound enough today, so that's why you guys are where you are. You just need cattle that maybe get around the ring a bit freer and easier.
Second call, Class 14 percentage Simmentals. Second call, Class 14 percentage Simmentals. This is also your last call for all first and second place market steers. Last call for all first and second place market steered.
One of the more competitive classes we've had, and there's really good cattle all the way down through this class, all the way to the bottom. We've got a heifer here that's going to win this class off for me. Probably a little more moderate, maybe some of the ones I've been picking. But folks, when we get this one on motion, she's one of those heifers that looks better on the move than she does standing still. And the reason she does is because the angles are right to her skeleton when we study her from the ground up. Tremendously soft, and the angle to her knee or hock and on down into those pasterns. She's one that's got that maternal look to her in terms of her rib cage, in terms of her stoutness and squareness. And, we balance all that up. Maybe like to see this one a little bigger. I wouldn't argue that, but it's her structural correctness that gets her to the top of this class. This heifer in second, just a beautifully presented one that when she gets her parked, I think you've got to look at this heifer here. She's one that's so neat and attractive up front, big bodied. She's bold and robust all the way through. For me, I'd like to square her up a little bit when we study her over the top side of her hip. When we get right behind her, maybe set that tail head down into her a little bit. You guys have got it clipped and presented in there beautifully, but like to elevate her some there. When we get her out on the go, she's maybe not the longest strided one we've got out here today. I'd like to free her up some, but man, she's so good when she gets her parked. Just paints a really pretty picture from the side. From there, we roll into some heifers. There's some give and take on these here. And this black heifer, she's one, I'll be the first to admit, she gets pretty weak top for me. I'd like to strengthen her up some there when we analyze her over the top side of her skeleton. But man, she's so bold down low when we study her rib cage. She's really, really flexible in terms of the way she handles her hind leg. She's probably a little over conditioned for me as well, but I think we take that fat off of her. There's still just a really, really good functional kind of female here. This red one's one that's not blessed with the most hair in the world, but we want to talk about one that just paints a really pretty picture of a cow on down the road. I think that's her. She's still maternal in a look about her head and her neck. She's bold ribbed. She's square hipped. I'd like to see her with a little more bone and foot size out here today. I'd like to strengthen her up in that loin and just see her hold her top line a little more level when we set her into motion. But no doubt that one's got a lot of boldness, a lot of width to her all the way through. Another heifer here that's just square all the way through. We study her over the top side of her skeleton and the underside, and I think she's one that's just solid all the way through there. She's probably carrying just a little more fat than what I'd like for her to see out here today. I'd like to trim her up. I'd like to see her come just a little more crisp out her tail head there the way she is on the top side of her hip. But man, that one's going to make an awesome cow with a little added size to her. Little different deal that comes next here, man. I like this one because she is so feminine. She She's so maternal about her head and neck, so refined. This one's pretty far along and calf too. She's starting to drop a nice little udder down there. I just like to see her a little stouter. She needs more foot size, more bone under. Maybe just give her a shot more muscle down her top and strengthen her back up. But you can't deny the feminine maternal look this one brings out here within this class. This young man's brought us one next here. Man, I like the power. I like the boldness this one has here. It's just when we get her out on the go, she just gets tighter in her spine, wants to roach in that back. If we could relax her down and make her look like she does when she's standing still, when she's on the go, that one moves up a few spots for me. A pair of heifers here to round things up, just a little coarser in the way they're put together. Ones that maybe just don't blend quite as smoothly as what them ones in front of them do, but outstanding class from top to bottom.
Third and final call, Class 14 percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 14. Results of Class 11 of your junior percentage Simmental show. In first place, entry number 129, weighing 1,445 pounds, Miss TLAC Ginger, 32K, exhibited by Cade Rader of Aldo, Illinois. In second place, entry number 130, weighing 1,436 pounds, Phoebe, exhibited by Lily Sikafus of South Whitley, Indiana. In third place, entry number 142, weighing 1,588 pounds, BDAGRF Leap and Dream, 148K, exhibited by Connor Unger of Chebanese, Illinois. In fourth place, entry number 136, Michael Barnett. Fifth place, entry number 133, Brooklyn Conrad. Sixth place, entry number 138, Darby Ayers. In seventh place, entry number 132, Jacob Minsky. In eighth place, entry number 135, Montgomery Bertram. In ninth place, entry number 137, Caitlin Stoy.
We got some big uns in this class, kind of some difference. I think one of the fresher steers to lead out today in this heavy class is this silver steer directly in front of me. Calf's awful big, but he still kind of puts it together in a fresh package. I like the calf just as from a look standpoint. He just looks like a show steer, really nice and neat up through his front end. Calf's built good in terms of his design, like his hip and hind leg. Calf, when he gets around the ring, I think he's sound enough. For me today, I'd make this one extremely competitive. I'd just like to inject a little bit more muscle in him, maybe not quite as much shape and dimension in his lower 1/3 that he needs to be competitive today, but I think that one still needs to win this class. I like the steer in second as well. He's a steer with a good look. I think in terms of all the good points, you know, when we talk about a market steer, he's got muscle, he's been fed well. I think positionally the steer's really good. Again, very attractive. Where we need to change him is up through his front end. Calf gets a little steep and straight out of his shoulder, but I think he still falls into second rather handily for me today. More moderate steer comes in third, one you really like for his bone and his power. Steer that's opened up quite a bit. When you compare him to the steers directly in front of him, he gives up some in terms of balance and look, gets a little heavier in his chest, maybe not quite as extended up through his front end. But if you're looking for one with a tremendous amount of power, lots of bone, that's a calf for you. One that's intriguing to me is the steer in fourth. Calf weighs 1,700 and some pounds. And the thing is, he does it pretty well, you know. For one that's that heavy, he's still extremely sound. It's a calf that's long-sided, has a tremendous amount of muscle about him, got a lot of quality in this steer. He just might be pushing the envelope today in terms of size. It's awful long-bodied steer. It'd be tough to hang that one in a lot of places, but that's a high-quality market steer as well. The brockle-faced steer next in line, that's one that's sure nice to look at on the side profile. It's got some extension up front. Calf that's really leveled in terms of just his length of top and his length of hip. You really like that about him. For me today, this calf just gets a little too flat. When we get him on a 3/4, just flattens up in his rib cage, maybe gets a little flatter in terms of his muscle shape and dimension. Coming out next in line is one that's extremely stout and powerful. I think he just gives up some in terms of look today when we compare him to the individuals above him. He just needs to have more extension up through his front end. He's a little shorter necked, coarser shouldered steer. So with that though comes a lot of shape and dimension. He's got a big back, especially right behind his shoulders all the way back. Big-ended steer just needs to look a little more attractive to be competitive. The white-tailed steer next in line, there's one that's big-footed and stout-made, calf with some extra shape and dimension down his top. Really like the turn he's got over his loin edge and through his quarter. He's a calf that just gets a little harder bodied to me today. Maybe just a little dried out, maybe been held on him a little more than some of the other calves in the class. A big-bodied, easy-feeding calf comes next in line. One we just need to make sounder off both ends to be more competitive. Same goes for the young lady's black calf next in line. He's a calf that he's got all the right pieces in terms of fundamentally being a good market steer. We just need to make him sounder and more attractive today. Again, gets a little drier in his rib cage as well. The white steer that brings up the rear of the class, like that one for his length and extension, but I think today he's one of the bigger, flatter made steers of the class, so he needs to go there. Congratulations.
What a class here in this percentage Simmental ring. Man, I think they get better every class, or it certainly gets deeper from end to end. These several top heifers here, you know, even 5, 6, 7, 8 deep in here. I think you could talk it kind of however you want to and do a lot of different things. But I guess for me, these two here at the top are fairly similar. I think the one we're going to lead off with, though, for me, when she gets her parked and set up there and that heifer gets her head up, she just paints a really pretty picture in terms of quality, in terms of balance. I think one that's still very attractive, very maternal about her head and neck. I really like this female's rib shape. the way she transitions from her forerib back into her flank, and you can see a nice udder starting to develop on this female here. One that's got plenty of power, one that's angles her rod and her skeleton when she parks her there. Heifer, when we get her on the move, maybe a little narrower in the way she tracks. I'd like to open her up some there, but when she gets this one parked, I think she just paints a beautiful picture here from the side. Still a lot of power and width, and this one's pins when we get around behind her. Female that comes next, one that's probably a little cleaner necked than the one right in front of her. Every bit as much rib shape, every bit as much body. One that's certainly big-ended, wide-pinned when we get around behind her. You know, for me, I'd just like to maybe see a little more udder development shining through that hair on this one here to get around that one right in front of her. But I think this female is one that gets out, takes a big, long step, one that's filled full of power as well. The female that comes next here, a little different in her look than them two in front of her. She's not quite as sharp featured there about her front end, pushing just a little more condition down there in her brisket. And I think if we could take a little of that off of her, that would make this one balance up a little more if we could do that. There's no doubt this one's got some width to her as well, much like the two in front of her. I just like to clean her chest up some, think a little bit, and just see this maybe get out and use her pasterns there on those rear two a little more comfortably. Heifer that comes next, very unique individual. This heifer, she's a little more moderate than some in this class, but when you get her parked there, young man, that thing gives you a look. She rolls her head up here and looking at the big screen above us right here. She's one that I think has got just a beautiful hind leg on her when we look at the way her hock and her pasterns are designed. When we get around behind her, I'd like to see this one come out a little square from her hooks out there to her pins. I'd like to just see her with a shot more power there, but man, that's a good looking female from the side. She's really nice. The heifer that comes next, you know, we look at this one and you say, well, she's a lot like those two heifers there that started the class off, and I think she is at first glance. She's one that's certainly deep when you look from the top of her back down there to the bottom of her belly. There's a lot of heifer there. When we really study this one and kind of look through the hair, she's not quite as wide-based. She's one that probably doesn't have the power up high there down into her twist when we really analyze this one, but another one, very maternal, very big rib. Paints a really pretty picture from the side. Female that comes next, a big bone, stout one, a little coarser in the way her tail head lays in there. Probably just pushing a little more condition when we look at that one back there on those pones than what I'd like to see. A very functional kind of female that comes next, one that's very sound structured, maybe one though that just don't have quite the balance when we study her from her chin down into her chest. Probably like to give this one just a shot of bone and shot of power to get around some of them ones in front of her. Young man's heifer that comes next here, you know, I think this heifer's got a lot of good to her in terms of her structure and the way she gets around the ring. I'd just like to change her head a little bit. I'd like to see her with just a little sharper look there up front, one that I'd like to probably just power up some when we look at her at her hip and just see her tail head set in there just a little nicer looking. We round things up here with a trio of heifers, you know, ones that have shape, have power. It is a little coarse for me out here today. I'd like to smoothen these cattle up. I do want to commend you guys here. It's probably the best structured set of cattle we've seen in a class all day long. Excellent quality top to bottom.
First call in Class 15, percentage Simmentals. First call in Class 15. Results of Class 12 of your junior percentage Simmental show. In first place, entry number 158, weighing 1,607 pounds. J-Boy Miss Brokers 218K, exhibited by Lizzie Schaefer of Awanaco, Illinois. In second place, entry number 148, weighing 1,599 pounds. JCC Once Hypnotized, exhibited by Brooklyn Welsh of Blandonsville, Illinois. In third place, entry number 144, weighing 1,644 pounds. TSSC Miss Diana 2109K, exhibited by Hadley Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. In fourth place, entry number 146, Jackson Foss. Fifth place, entry number 149, Hannah Schaub. In sixth place, entry number 145, Gabrielle Tabo. In seventh place, entry number 153, Dustin Brannon. In eighth place, entry number 150, Jackson Latinga. In ninth place, entry number 152, Kelsey Sedgwick. In 10th place, entry number 155, Piper Shepard. 11th place, entry number 157, Reed Barker. Market steer entry numbers 112 and 178 into the makeup arena. Once again, market steers entry numbers 112 and 178 into the makeup arena immediately. Second call, class 15 percentage Simmentals. Second call, class 15 percentage Simmentals.
Well, one of the smaller classes I've had here over the past 2 days, but I sound like a broken record. This quality hasn't let up, and this white-faced heifer here to lead things off. I think another one that comes to the top because she's the longest strided, freest moving one for me. One that I think still good in terms of her look up front. Yeah, she's probably pushing her brisket out there a little further in front of her, but I think they've kept this heifer's condition in check. That's just how she's made. I really like this female when we study her underline and the way that she blends and she transitions from her forerib back into her flank there. Plenty of power around behind her, plenty of dimension, and like I said, it's her structure when we get her on the go, the way she gets out and moves around the ring that gets her to the top. I really like this heifer in second. She's got a little added size for us. I think she's got the look of a lot of heifers I've used to win classes and divisions today. One that's certainly long-hipped and square there, big-bodied. I like the udder she's starting to develop. She just wants to shuffle a little more when we get her out on the go. I just like to see this one get out and take a longer stride when we get her in motion. Baldy heifer that comes here next, when this one's standing still, I think she demands your just tremendously refined up front there about her head and neck. She's one that's bold-ribbed. She's got a lot of width when we get around behind her. She wants to get a little weaker in her loin, though, and I'd like to just strengthen her up some there. I'd like to lean her up some down there in her flank. She's got a little extra fat jiggling around there, and I'd like to take that out of her. We're rolling to one here next. This black heifer, beautifully presented. She's got this one shining out here. It caught my eye, no doubt. I think when we study this female, for as much power she's got, I'd just like to see her with a little more center body and back into her flank. Just drop her down some there, and probably honestly just see her look like she's further along bred, to put for lack of better terms there. But there's no doubt that one's got some power, some unique feature to her. Tremendously long red heifer here. Man, this thing's long hipped. She's burly in her design. Maybe just not the show heifer look as some of these others when we study her through her front 1/3, but in terms of function, I like that female. Much of the same could be said about this heifer that's going to round things up. Tremendously robust in her rib cage. She's got some added foot size. Gets a little more uncoordinated when we get her out on the go. Maybe just want to get outside her skeleton some. Outstanding, outstanding set of heifers as we continue rolling through this percentage Simmental show.
Market steer entry number 178 into the makeup arena immediately. Once again, market steer entry number 178. You are needed in the makeup arena. Results of Class 13 of your junior percentage Simmental show. In first place, entry number 164, weighing 1,615 pounds. J-Boy Tammy, 269K, exhibited by Riley Green of Mayville, Michigan. In second place, entry number 163, weighing 1,803. S. Main Izzy's Foxy, 2516K, exhibited by Isabel Lowry of Helena, Montana. In third place, entry number 161, exhibited by Millie Lashmit. Fourth place, entry number 165, Lydia Covert. Fifth place, entry number 166, Maverick Hope. Sixth place, entry number 160, Brody Ingram. Third and final call, Class 15 percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 15 percentage Simmentals.
Very nice individual to start this class off here. I think a female that's so just maternal in her look. We study the length and the extension this one has. I think she's one that just puts it all together in such a smooth package. I love the udder development we're seeing here in this female, and I think that's one of the things that really elevates this one to the top of the class here. Aside from that, she's still one that's got some added power to with it. Plenty of rib. We'll get her out on the go. She's plenty sound enough for me. The heifer that comes next here, one that times maybe reads a shot more moderate, but I wouldn't call her small by any means. I think a female that is so good there at the point of her shoulder. She's so smooth. She's so flat there. Tons of rib shape in this girl here with plenty of power to go along with it. You know, we compare to that class winner. Maybe I'd like to see a little more udder development in this girl here. Maybe for me personally, I'd like to see her just a shot bigger, but nevertheless, her quality here is what gets her into this second hole, one I still like a great deal. This heifer that goes third is one that does have that added size, and you know, she caught my eye right when she come in. I think the longer we study this one and pick her apart, she's a little coarser about her head, she's a little thicker about her neck. She's one that maybe just doesn't have that genuine base width when we study her right down there at the ground like the two in front of her do. Tremendous cow prospect coming out here next in this blazed-faced female. She's a shot more moderate in terms of her framework, and that's the one place I'd probably like to change her in this particular class, is just see a shot bigger, a shot more powerful down at the ground. But you can't deny this one's rib shape, this one's genuine width. She don't have much hair to hide her faults. I love the udder this one's bringing on too. That one's going to make a good cow. We round things up here with a pair of heifers that are probably a little more outside their skeleton than what I need to see. That baldy heifer there, when she's got a lot of power and muscle in her, you got to appreciate that. This black one does too, just needs a shot more bone and stay a bit truer when we get her in motion.
Additional results from your steer show, your Class 10 results. In first place, entry number 23, exhibited by Dallas Ritchie of LaPorte, Indiana. In second place, entry number 169, exhibited by Anna Sikafus of South Whitley, Indiana. Third place, entry number 166, Elizabeth Norwood. Fourth place, entry number 180, Luke Bryson. Fifth place, entry number 103, Ashlyn Kelly. Sixth place, entry number 8, Olivia Darlog. In seventh place, entry number 26, Elsie Badger. Eighth place, entry number 132, Ashton Bain. Ninth place, entry number 127, Jack Stillwell. 10th place, entry number 145, Reed Ragsdale. In 11th place, entry number 80, Reagan Noga. In 12th place, entry number 11, Cody Landon. Your Class 11 results: in first place, entry number 84, Morgan Kelly of Algona, Iowa. Second place, entry number 118, Cadence Sparks of Shirley, Indiana. Third place, entry number 131, Victoria Heiler of Bucyrus, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 20, Jesse Maples. Fifth place, entry number 156, Ethan Wendt. Sixth place, entry number 73, Cheyenne Mendenhall. Seventh place, entry number 126, Haley Coons. Eighth place, entry number 72, Dalton Gibson. Ninth place, entry number 89, Kirsten West. 10th place, entry number 9, Cheyenne Baker. And ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome you to your 2023 North American Steer Show final drive here in Freedom Hall. Thank you for joining us this evening as we celebrate our 50th anniversary here at the North American. Your second place class winners have all been let in, that include Riley Maples, Tanner Butcher, Carson Anderson, Cade Grenzy, Claire Lauterbach, Carter Prince, Chloe Rogers, Anna Sikafus, and Cadence Sparks. Now your class winners from your market steer classes. From Class 1, Ella Downs, steer weighing 1,095 pounds. Class number 2, Greer Jones, steer weighing 1145. Class 3, Jesse Ann Blair, steer weighing 1252. Class 4, Maximus Krempaski, steer weighing 1295. Class 5, Madison Shout, steer weighing 1354. Class 6, Andre Rice, steer weighing 1377. Class 7, Denver McKay, steer weighing 1399. Class 8, Paisley Rinskinski, steer weighing 1429. Class 9, Kara Cummins, steer weighing 1447. Class 10, Dallas Ritchie, with steer weighing 1495. And finally from Class 11, Morgan Kelly with a steer weighing 1575. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in putting your hands together for your contestants here for your 2023 North American Steer Show Final Drive. Results of Class 14 of your junior percentage Simmental show: in first place, entry number 168, weighing 1,670 pounds, STCC TFG Serena's Carrot 3K, exhibited by Claire Bishop of Indiana. In second place, entry number 174, weighing 1,554, Jackie O, exhibited by Emily Strickland of Dansville, Georgia. In third place, entry number 173, PVFA Blackbird 2224K, exhibited by Abigail Britton of Olmsted, Illinois. In fourth place, entry number 179, Kyra Moore. Fifth place, entry number 177, Laura Landers Franklin. In sixth place, entry number 178, Lainey McAllister. First call, Class 16 percentage Simmental females. First call, Class 16 percentage Simmentals.
Well, things continue to be strong here on our side. We've got a lot of people in here watching now, and I think this class is one you can probably pay attention to no matter which side you're sitting on. We got heifers in here all the way down. Boy, they're good. This pair of heifers on top are extra special to me, and I feel like the one that wins our class here puts together a lot of the pieces I've looked for here over the past 2 days, just in such a smooth package. We look at this female, and she's so attractive. She's so up-headed there. The way she blends into her shoulder, opens up into a big rib cage. Plenty of power when we get around behind her. We get this one on the go, and you know, she moves about as good as you could ask one to. Appears to have a little more bone in this heifer here in second. I don't know if it's bone or hair, but nevertheless, I think we put all that together, and there's a lot to that girl there, and she still holds it together in a really good package. I love this heifer in second as well. I think she's a lot like our class winner just in terms of her rib when we study the capacity this one has, and not only in terms of her depth, but in terms of the spring of rib this one has. Still plenty of power. I still think she's got the advantage in structure here over this heifer in third. We'll get this one out on the move, and boy, she can sure go around the ring like one's supposed to have that much mass to her. Really good female in second. I like this one in third, and there's no doubt she is very unique. Look, she's one that's got some added stoutness of feature to her when we study her all the way through. The shape she's got over the top side of her skeleton, out into her hip there, the base width she's got. I just wish she could get out and take a little longer stride. For me, that's where I'd like to change that one, and if she can, it changes the race in this class. Heifer that comes next, young man, you fell into a tough class because this one here is extremely good as well. I like this one from the ground up. She's got the right angles to her skeleton. She's got the added length, added size, and width that I've liked in these cattle. She's a tough class. This one here, maybe just not quite the depth there when we study her back into her flank. She wants to set those two down a little, rear two down just a little harder, and maybe what I'd like to see, carrying a notch more condition over the top side of her neck as well. Heifer that comes next here, there's no doubt that this one's got a lot to her as well, man. We get around behind this one. She's wide, she's deep. She's just a little over conditioned. We got to neaten her up. Floor, take a little fat off there and back at her pones. She's one that maybe doesn't have just the genuine width right down at the ground them cattle in front of her do. Heifer that comes next here, another just big bodied, very functional kind, little plainer about her head, just a little more up there in the center of her back, wants to drop her pins, but man, you run into a tough class as well. That's a good female. Heifer that comes next, she gives you a really look about her head and neck and the extra features she's got up there. For me, she's just plainer about her hip. I'd like to elevate her at times there in the way she handles her hip and the way she handles her hock on the go. We round things off here with another really nice heifer, folks. This one super attractive in the way she ties from her chin down into her chest all the way back. The way this one blends is incredible. There's just not as much to her. Some of these ones in front of her here today, you're running into a tough class. Once again, I want to commend you breeders and exhibitors over here. Just another outstanding set of Simmental percentage females.
Second call, class 16, percentage Simmental. Second call, class 16.
Well, let's give our market steer exhibitors a round of applause. First thing I'd like to do is thank the North American for giving me a chance to evaluate these cattle, especially on the 50th year. It's been remarkable, a lot of fun, a lot of high quality cattle. To the crew out here that's kept the ring moving, thank you guys. It makes it a lot more pleasurable when a guy's sorting them. cattle are moving and you don't have to do that, this is something we do as a family, so I don't take this lightly, this job. This is a tough job. I know the trials of getting these things alive and on the ground just to where we can sell them, and then, as a family, the work involved getting them to this point, and, there's a lot to it, and I want to congratulate all the breeders out there of these cattle. There's a lot of great cattle that came through the ring today. Some of them, it just wasn't their day. Maybe they were a little past prime, but you could tell at one time they were awful good. To the guys getting ready, I think just every time you judge one of these, it's just remarkable at how well the cattle look, and the presentation anymore is impeccable. And my hat's off to everybody in the back that's getting that job done, and then the families, the commitment that you guys have made to get here, to get your kids, financially, and just the daily grind of in and out of the cooler or what have you, the show barn, getting these cattle ready. I think all you kids need to thank your parents at the end of the day, for sure, because they got you here, and that's half the battle. So for us as a family, our oldest boy, he just got done kind of with his career and had a great senior year, and he's off to college now, livestock judging. And to all those parents with young kids out here, I can tell you this is by far the best activity to develop these kids to where when they move, 1,500 miles from home, they're all right. The family of friends and people that you have across the country that'll look after them. And you just know that, the early mornings and the driving and the wear and tear on those kids when they're little, it develops them to where they can, at 18 years old, move across the country and do well. Sorry, kind of get a little choked up. I'm so passionate about that. Anyways, we've seen a great set of cattle. There's 4 or 5 of them out here that I think are awful good. There's definitely some differences for sure, but there's 3 that, I think a guy could do anything with them. With that said, though, let's give these youngsters another round of applause, and I'll go select your Supreme.
And congratulations to your grand champion market steer here at the 2023 North American Harold Workman Jr. Steer Show. Goes to entry number 64, Andre Rice of Huntington, Indiana. The grand champion steer is sponsored by Farm Credit of Mid-America. Once again, congratulations, Andre. Your reserve grand champion market steer goes to entry number 149, Denver McKay of Orlando, Oklahoma.
We'll hop right in here and get this division talked right quick while he continues to select you some champions. This heifer out of the first class here in this division. And first off, let me say this division boy, it's been good. If you don't believe it, just look out here. There's 10 real good ones here. And the one out of this first division, our youngest calf here, youngest heifer, man, this was just so functional in her kind. She was a little more moderate in her class, probably still is when we get her back out here, but it's hard to poke a hole in this one in terms of function. She's not the neatest chinned one or the neatest chested one, but man, her hip, her hind leg are incredible when we get her out on the go, on motion. I think this one just looks even better out on the move. That's because she's good in her spine. She's good in terms of her structure. I like that female. Heifer out of her second class here. One with a shot more size, and man, this one paints just a beautiful picture when she's standing still here. She's one that is beautiful about her head and neck. I love the length of hip this female has. I love this one on her underline as well. You study this one all the way back there into her udder. It blends so smooth. She's developing a nice udder as well. When we get her back out here for this division, maybe she's not wanting to sit those rear two down quite as comfortably as what she was in class. Probably like to change that just a little when we get her back out here, but still just an exceptional female in terms of the kind she represents. The young lady here in the pink shirt come out of a really competitive class, and man, she's got a nice one here. You want to talk about one that's bold all the way through. When we study her up high all the way down to the bottom side, she don't lack for shape anywhere. One that takes a big long stride when we get her out on the go. And we talked this one in class, probably pushing a little more out there in terms of her forward chest. It's not because she's fat. I still like the condition this one's in. She's certainly a player here in this division for me just because she balances up so nicely. After they come out of that next class, she's a brood cow. We get her back out here, and she's not the stoutest one we've got out here by any means, but very functional, very maternal in her kind. She too, shaking down a nice udder there. This one sets down on a really soft hind leg. This is the last class we had down here. Class winner, one that I think is just an outlier when we get her out here in terms of the pieces she puts together. Still very feminine, very beautiful up there about her head and her neck, the way she ties in. She's just so good all the way through, and I think she's just overwhelming in the parts and pieces that she puts together in such a smooth package. We got some seconds over here that may come into play here within this division as well, because these classes have been this tough, this competitive. Once again, exhibitors, congratulations to you all. You're all winners here today. I'm going to pick you a set of division champions. Let's give these guys a round of applause.
Congratulations, your third overall market steer here at the 2023 North American goes to entry number 44, Madison Chow of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Your fourth overall market steer goes to entry 163, Cutter Prinz of West Point, Nebraska. And your fifth overall market steer goes to entry number 77, Kara Cummins of Hollis, Oklahoma. Once again, congratulations all market steer exhibitors, and thank you for joining us here at the 50th anniversary of the North American.